Liz, this is Chris. I just sent you the hearing outline to your email.
Oh, thanks, Chris. Let me pull that up. Appreciate it.
Art, if you can hear me, this is Chris. I see you online and we'll bring you in when your topic starts. Thank you.
Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it's Tuesday, October 12th at 4:30 p.m. We'll begin today's City Council work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh. Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Burnt.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item up is the adoption of the agenda.
Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
incredibly excited to make a motion this evening with regard to the adoption of the agenda. So I adopt the agenda as published.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Agenda is adopted. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
very grateful that I'm here to make a motion on the consent agenda. Do so make a motion to approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and for the clerk to attest.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is adopted or approved. There were no items moved from the consent agenda, so we'll move on to proclamations. It is Fire Prevention Month, and if I could have the chief and Pam, is Pam here? Do I see Pam? I mean Sparky's, sorry. Oh, no, Sparky and Pam. Wow, we got the whole crew. We can join at the podium.
This is great.
I've never seen Sparky have a bad day, ever. Sparky's never had a bad day.
All right. Well, it is an awesome day. Anytime you get Sparky in the room, it's going to be an awesome day. So I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation, then turn it over to you all for some comments. Whereas the city of Meridian is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living and visiting our city. And whereas fire is a serious public safety concern, both nationally and locally, and homes are locations where people are at greatest risk from fire. And whereas Meridian's first responders are dedicated to reduce the occurrence of home fires and related injuries through prevention education. And whereas Meridian's residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take personal steps to increase their safety from fire. And whereas the 2021 Fire Prevention Month theme, Learn the Sounds of Fire Safety, effectively serves to remind us all that sounds of our alarms alert us to danger. Therefore, I, Mayor Robert E. Simpson, hereby proclaim the month of October 2021 as Fire Prevention Month in the city of Meridian and call upon the community to heed the important safety messages of knowing the sounds their smoke and carbon monoxide alarms make to advise them of danger, dated this 12th day of October 2021. So Pam, I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you, sir. I so appreciate you reading that proclamation, sir. And the important thing about Fire Prevention Month is that this gives us an opportunity to get the National Fire Protection Association message out. And the message this year is to learn the sounds of your fire alarms. And so the alarms that you have inside your home, your smoke alarms and your carbon monoxide alarms are the #1 things that you can have in order to be your best defense should you have an emergency in your home. And so we would like the community, and we're doing all that we can from the fire department standpoint to educate the Meridian citizens on ensuring that they know what their alarms sound like and how to maintain those alarms so that should they have an emergency, they can be notified of that emergency.
Yeah, if I just real quick, and because I had an experience this over the last couple months where I had the chirping going on in my alarm, and I appreciate the opportunity to reach out to the fire department and really explain. I just thought it was the battery. It was not. It was time for replacement from that standpoint, and it was a simple thing of understanding what your fire alarm means when it chirps 5 times compared to 3 times and everything else. So appreciate all you guys do to help educate the community on these things. If we can do a quick picture with everybody, that would be awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pam.
All right, council, next item we'll move on to is Department Commission reports. And we will be hearing from the Parks and Recreation Master Plan and Community Center Needs Assessment. Kickoff and discussion. I'll turn this over to Director Sidaway, and thanks, Chris, for taking care of. Sorry, I forgot.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. It is time for us to kick off the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. The council generously approved the budget this last summer for us to update the master plan. We talked about it during those budget workshops about the need for the master plan update with the growing population that we have, more than 50% growth since it was adopted just over 5 years ago, about 6 years ago now. Hard to believe, but the amount of growth has just been amazing. I feel like it's time to go out and touch base with our citizens, our growing population, make sure we're still got the right priorities and meeting the needs of our growing community. As part of that, 2 alternate budgets were also approved by council, one for the community center feasibility study and also the cost recovery analysis, which I know there was specific interest among several council members as well. So those are all part of this plan. Green Play has been hired to do these studies, and it's an update of the current master plan. I just want to take a quick note and just say, you know, in my professional career, that process was for me one of the probably the top 3 processes that I've been through. It was very thorough, lots of public engagement, lots of consensus that was built around the priorities that have given us a sense of direction over the last 5 years that we look forward to updating. Art Thatcher is our lead consultant with Green Play, and he is remote but online and ready to make a presentation to you. We want to go over the public engagement plan, our various touch points with council, how we expect to engage with you over the next several months, as well as the public. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Art.
Well, thank you very much, Steve. I appreciate the opportunity to join you tonight from Virginia. And I look forward to this project. Steve didn't mention, but I had the pleasure of being the project manager for the 2015 Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and so very familiar with the community, and had a great experience with Steve and members of council and the Parks and Recreation Commission. So looking forward to a repeat performance. So I'm going to share my screen. And so we're here today to really kind of kick off the master planning process and to give you a briefing on where we are. And so just very quickly, the Green Play team, there are several members that'll be on the project with me. Tom Deal, who's another one of our principals, will be and heading up the community center feasibility study. And Teresa Jackson, who's one of our project managers, will be heading up the cost recovery and financial sustainability process. And then Dave Peterson has come on board and will be updating the GRASP analysis. We've also brought on John Brecken with Brecken Land Design. He was with us when we did the master plan in 2015. So I'm very excited to have the team back together again to complete your update. You know, we're really, experienced and curious consultants. We believe we bring the best practices from our national work. We've been around for 22 years now, done almost 700 projects. And so we really do bring a customized approach with national and regional experience. And the big thing is that we really believe in building relationships with staff and stakeholders. And those are really key to a successful planning process. And so as we build our master plans and as we look at this master plan update, we know that there are multiple factors involved, and it's not just about recreation. It's not just about parks, but it's balancing these three components: this financial and economic component, the social piece, and the environmental piece. That really brings balance into the program and into the system to really kind of create that sustainability for the system. So looking at that conservation and passive recreation, mixed activities, and then active recreation into the process to help communities thrive. You have great things to offer to the community, and I know a lot has happened since we were there 6 years ago, and so very excited to get in and see some of the new things that have occurred. Our process, we really have this 4-stage process, and we're kind of in that first phase where I have the red circle of this strategic kickoff. We had a strategic kickoff with staff. We identified those critical success factors. We looked at those key focus areas. We really developed our schedule, identified stakeholders, and really kind of looked at, those pieces. And we're at that bottom piece of briefing the decision makers. So there would be, I have a meeting tomorrow night, again, virtually with the Parks and Recreation Commission to really go through this same presentation and to brief them on where we are in the process. And so as we look at these 4 stages, the first is that information gathering, and it's where we'll be doing our needs assessment. We'll be working with staff and stakeholders. We'll be doing public meetings. We'll be doing an online survey and a mailed survey, doing our inventory, looking at the level of service analysis, looking at your community profile, and really looking at trends currently that are going on regionally and nationally. From there, we'll kind of move into the findings and visioning, where we bring all this data together and begin to really synthesize that, look at our key issues matrix, look at where those key issues come about and how we address those and prioritize those. Also analyzing your programs, operations, your maintenance, your marketing, and your financial resources. After we've done that, then we begin to draft the plan and really kind of put those strategies together, and both long-term and short-term, as well as looking at implementation strategies and recommendations. We develop the action table and then begin to go put that through the review process with the elected officials, as well as the staff and the community, kind of getting to that final plan and then to implementation. And so as we look at the kind of our schedule and this process, really, we did our strategic kickoff with staff on October 10th. And then we'll be doing leadership interviews this week. You should have received an invitation from me to select some dates for a 30-minute leadership interview. That will be a Zoom one-on-one, so that we can kind of get started with looking at your vision, where you see things going with this process, and really kind of get you started, engaged right from the start. I will also, after I get yours scheduled, I'll be filling in those dates with the Parks and Recreation commissioners so that we can get all of that done. Once I finish those interviews this week, we'll be developing the survey, which will go out in October. We're shooting for the 22nd for that to go to the printer and then go out in the mail to hit communities, your residents. I'll talk a little bit about the survey a little bit later, but from there, we're also kind of in the process of doing this feasibility study for the community center. And we'll be gathering information from the survey. And then in the November timeframe, we'll start having some public meetings and some charrettes to talk about, the components within the community center, and looking at, how we size that, how we meet those needs. Working with staff, we'll also be doing some community charrettes. John Brecken will be helping us to develop some conceptual plans from those charrettes and begin to look at that process. Also in the November timeframe, we'll begin our community engagement with focus groups, stakeholder meetings, and our public presentation. So we're scheduled to come out the 16th through the 18th and be hosting some specific meetings around teens and seniors and department heads, but also having some open community meetings, doing those in a combination of both in person as well as virtual, and then concluding those 3 days with a public presentation with a town hall public meeting. Also in the November timeframe, Dave Peterson and Kaylin Valaire will be coming out to update the inventory, and we'll begin, adding the new components in the new parks, putting them into the GIS system, and then begin their evaluation of your level of service and that analysis. After the first of the year, we'll be coming in and doing our kickoff for the cost recovery and sustainability study. Teresa will be coming in. We'll do a series of 3 workshops over a 3-month period, January, February, and March, as we begin to develop the process. We'll be meeting with you and having some conversations with you around that process as well. As we gather all this information, we'll be doing our findings presentation in March. And so kind of presenting all of that data, looking at our findings, looking at those recurring themes, and then we'll begin to kind of draft our recommendations, be back in May with a presentation to you and to the public on our draft recommendations. And then in the June, July timeframe, you're looking at draft and final presentations for adoption of the plan. And so this is kind of our public engagement process. We use a mixed methods to our public engagement. And so, as I mentioned, we'll be doing the leadership interviews. We'll be doing a SWOT analysis with the staff, focus groups, town hall, and public meetings. We'll be doing a random mailed survey like we did last time, which will go out in October. And then in November, we'll be launching an open link survey so that anybody in the community can take the same survey. We keep the URLs separate so that we can preserve the statistic validity. We really had a tremendous turnout for the last survey that we did. So we're anticipating a similar turnout this time around. So again, looking at that statistically valid survey, the individual discussions, those public meetings, as well as doing some online surveying and interaction with the public. So again, our next step is to move into this information gathering phase that I've already kind of gone over with you in pretty much detail. So that's kind of our exciting time. So it's really kind of our introduction and where we are and where we plan to be going and kind of a timeline for that. So I appreciate your time. I'll stop sharing my screen. And then I'm open to questions that you may have that on any part of this as we move forward.
Thank you, Art. Council, any questions?
Sure.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Art, great seeing you virtually. You guys do a great job. I do have a couple of questions kind of about the process. Clearly this time around, we're adding kind of the cost recovery model component of the planning process. Are there any other differences between what this process is like now versus what it was when you guys did it in 2015?
Well, I mean, since the 2015 plan, we have a base to build on.
Right.
As Steve mentioned earlier, I think if you look at the 2015 plan, we did a 5, 10, 20, and 30 year, estimate of your population growth. And I think you met like the 15-year mark within the first 5 years. And so, we'll definitely be, continuing to engage the community. We'll be looking at, really the needs assessment is the biggest piece because your demographics have changed, your population have changed. So we really want to reach out to new residents as well as existing residents to make sure that, that your programming and your facilities and services are still meeting those needs. So we won't have to do as deep a dive into the inventory and level of service analysis. Really, we'll be looking at those components that, have, are 10 years or older to kind of give them a rating and see where they are. We'll be looking at your new components and adding them to the process, and then looking at where your new growth is occurring, so that we can really get a feel for kind of where there may be some gaps, and then where, and also where some of those may be being covered by other service providers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Art, a question I had, based upon some things that may or may not be fully within our ability, but the community center timeframe, is that something that could be moved up to go faster, say as early as completed in January, if necessary?
We are moving as fast as we can, and yes, I think once we get through the staff charrette and the public engagement charrette, we will have a lot of the data that we need. And so over that, Thanksgiving, Christmas holiday, and getting into January, Tom can start crunching numbers. I tell you, Steve and Garrett have done a fabulous job of really kind of front loading a lot of data for us. They've done a lot of work and have provided that to us. So Tom is already, beginning to crunch numbers and look at things. It's just a matter of, once we narrow in on the size of the facility and the programming spaces, yes, we'll be able to jump right on there. So I feel, that if we need to move quicker, that we can meet that like end of January, beginning at, early February easily.
Thank you. Steve, did you have some follow-up on that you were wanting to say?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I have expressed to Art and his team a desire to move as quickly as possible and get as much done targeting the end of the year as possible. One of the things we're up against with that time frame is the holidays and the amount of public engagement we can do between Thanksgiving and Christmas. So what we are doing is leading off with these leadership interviews, trying to get that survey out just as quickly as possible so that we can start digesting the results of that survey come November into the early December. We'll then begin the staff level charrettes with their team in December, and try and get as many answers as we can before the end of the year. And then we will then confirm that direction through the public charrettes and things going into January.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt?
Thanks, Steve. Good. One question. Are you going to include the community center in the survey, like the assessment of needs and stuff?
Yeah, we still need to determine what the questions are, but that is the intent, to ask questions surrounding the needs of that community center with that survey. And that is part of why we want to engage you early and upfront.
Thank you. Councilman Pro, did you have a?
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Steve can correct me if I'm wrong, but when he and I were going over this information, he shared with me that any of the surveys, studies, questionnaires that were done from open space to what the information we gathered during the comprehensive plan, all of that information, it's my understanding, is going to be provided. And so I just wanted council to know that hopefully Art's team will have a good basis for where the community's at from the last couple of years, at least on specific areas of this. It's not going to cover every topic that the master plan will, but.
Yes, yes, and thank you very much for saying that. We do look at your existing planning processes, and we make sure that that we are looking at those and your adopted plans, making sure that our master plan is in conjunction with those. One of the other things that's kind of that with this process, with this update, is that we're repeating several of the questions that we used in the 2015 15 master plan so that we can use some longitudinal data from 15 to now and then going into the future. So we're using the same research firm and everything. So it'll, that's one of the things that will help us as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Sedway.
The only thing I would add to that is one of the push me pull yous with the survey is trying to get everything we need, but also not making it too long for people to take. So as the base, as Art just said, we want to use many, if not most, of the questions that were part of the 2015 survey so that we can benchmark against how were we doing then, how are we doing now. So we want to keep as much of that as possible. Some of it may be outdated and may be able to come off. We know we need to add things related to the community center. We know we have added a lot of new facilities. So there's facilities questions in the survey. And Rachel was already taking a look at those questions today to help us figure out which facilities have been added. So there's going to be some updating. The previous survey will be our base. And then the question is, what do we add to it? And try and balance let's get as much as we can without making it overly long.
Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Steve or Art, could you share with us kind of the balance between what the focus on recreation versus parks locations and those kind of things? Is there sort of are we going to try to focus on all of those equally, or are we going to be, is there a particular topic that we really want to get more information on than others, and maybe one area where we really feel like we haven't nailed down? Or is this just going to be a broad swath of everything that we offer?
You want me to take that, Steve?
You can start. I have some thoughts, but I think you'll probably be better at starting it.
No problem. I think as part of the master plan update, we will be doing a broad brush kind of approach to that. We'll be looking, both at the recreation as well as the kind of the financial and the facilities piece, because that really is it's a system master plan. And then as part of the community center feasibility study and also the cost recovery financial sustainability study, we will be drilling down much deeper, one into the kind of the activity facility side of the need for the community center and its feasibility. On the recreation side, on the cost recovery side of things, one of the things that we'll be doing is we'll be looking at all of your kind of your services that you provide and how those are being received by the community and how those are being kind of rated. As we look at the cost recovery model that we have developed, we look at it with the lens of the base of our pyramid being greatest community benefit, and then the top of that pyramid being greatest individual benefit, and then how your services fall onto that 5-tiered pyramid. And so that's really where we get down into even the facilities when it comes to rentals versus open play and those pieces. And so programs and facilities really fall into that. So those are the two areas that we really will do a deeper dive.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions, comments?
Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Are you going to be looking at what we have budgeted overall and how that compares to other cities our size? Is that part of the planning process, or is that something that the department will kind of do on their own once the master plan is complete?
So we will do, typically as part of the master plan, we do a financial analysis. And so we look at 3 to 5 years of your budgets and your revenues, and then also look at how they kind of compare to communities of similar size and demographics nationally as well as regionally. Both, if you kind of look at the current master plan, and both on the revenue and the expense, as well as on the staffing levels. And so, it's easy to, one of the things that we look at is your current level of service and where the community wants you to be a level of service, not only in parks and trails, but also in recreation programming and staff to run those programs.
Thank you.
Council? Okay, thank you, Art. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it very much.
Mr. Mayor, my final word would be to please look for Art's email. We are trying to accomplish those leadership interviews over the next few days. So if you could look for a time that might work for your schedule and get back to him, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you all very much. I do look forward to speaking to you individually this week. And I'm, again, excited about this opportunity.
All right.
Have a good
Well,
night.
Council, we've reached the end of our work session. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
move that we adjourn the meeting.
I have a motion to adjourn the meeting. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Bye.
Opposed, nay. We are adjourned.
Hi, Rabbi. Wanted to let you know that I see you there, and we'll unmute you and let you turn on your camera when the meeting starts. Thanks.
Council, call the meeting order. For the record, it is Tuesday, October 12th, 2021 at 6:00 PM. We'll begin this evening's regular city council meeting agenda with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Perot. Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Councilman Burnt.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all please rise and join us in the pledge. And our next item up is the community invocation. Do we have Rabbi Dan and
We do. He's here now.
there he is.
Creator, Holy One, Source of life, we thank you for this opportunity to come together this evening. Grant wisdom, we pray, to those entrusted with leadership. Guide their words, their thoughts, and their actions so that they may govern with discernment and wisdom, strengthening our nation's vision of liberty and justice for all. Keep their hearts and minds open to the needs of their constituents. May they hear them in a spirit of genuine curiosity, compassion, and respect. And teach us, Holy One, we pray, to lead in a manner that both honors the unalienable rights of all our citizens and properly acknowledges that those rights must be balanced by communal responsibilities. Where our social fabric is torn, grant us the will and the power to mend. In the words of Rabbi Hillel almost 2,000 years ago, if I am not for myself, who will be for me? If I am only for myself, what am I? If not now, when? Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi. Appreciate you being here. for us
Rabbi
this
Dan, good
evening.
to see you.
Thank you.
Next up is the adoption of the agenda.
That's me, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to. Ms. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up into the public forum?
Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Okay, then the first item up will be resolution number 2291, appointing John Keller to the Meridian Historical Preservation Commission and Kaylee Phillippe to the Meridian Solid Waste Commission.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Keller is online. He's coming in as a panelist right now.
Okay.
Mr. Keller, you can unmute or turn your camera, whichever.
Hello.
So council, you do have these appointments, two of the youth to our commissions, and I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we approve resolution number 21-2291, a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Meridian appointing John Keller to the Meridian Historical Preservation Commission and Callie Philippi to the Meridian Solid Waste Commission and providing an effective date.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 21-2291. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. John, would you like to make any comments to council?
Hello. I'm really happy to serve my community.
Well, thank you. We're excited to have you serving as well. Appreciate you being here this evening to see this appointment made.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
John.
you.
Thanks, John.
All right. Next item up is our action items this evening, which is public hearing. First item up is a public hearing for McFadden property, H 2021-0048. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Alan Tiefenbach, Associate Planner. Okay, so this first one is called the McFadden property annexation and rezoning. This property consists of 17, not quite 18 acres of land. It's zoned RUT in the county. It's located at the northwest corner of North Meridian Road in West Cherry. You probably know this property by the horses that are on the property. Property is bordered by LO and R8 to the north, West Cherry Lane and OT to the south, commercial across North Meridian Road and R8 to the west. Comprehensive plan recommends this property for mixed use community. It's kind of an interesting case here. So I'm going to go through a little bit of detail about this. So again, this is an annexation and zoning of not quite 18 acres of land with the CC Business District zoning district. The main purpose of this, why we're seeking the annexation, is to ensure that this can be included as part of the Northern Gateway Urban Renewal Plan, which is currently being developed by the Meridian Development Corporation. As I said, the future land use map designates this property for mixed use community. The main purpose of that is to allocate areas where community serving uses and dwellings are integrated into the urban fabric. The applicant submitted a conceptual plan as part of this application. That's what you see on the right. I turned it because I work better with north being up. Probably you do too. So on the left there is an aerial. On the right is what's being proposed. This is very conceptual. And again, I'm going to talk about this. The reason why we're doing this at this time is merely to get this property incorporated into the urban renewal district. If we don't do it at this time, then we won't be able to bring this property in later. The plan that you see here shows 3 buildings oriented to the West Cherry Lane, North Meridian Road, which if you can see my pointer, I'm talking about these 3 buildings here. Parking is along the sides and to the back, which is what our design standards talk about. If you look north of those, there's 5 more buildings running along North Meridian Road. And then there's a phase 2, which you see that large blank square basically for the future. And the applicant has envisioned commercial, office, retail, hotel, multifamily uses in the future for this. The applicant's narrative suggests that their intent is to develop the buildings shown along the corner there first, with uses including gas station and a convenience store, perhaps some retail and office, and then the hotel and the other uses is a later phase. The applicant has proposed that before any specific uses would be constructed within the next phase, CC, what you see there is phase 2, that there'd be a development agreement modification that would be approved, and this would include a conceptual plan. And I'm going to talk about this in detail again as I talk about the DA and the conditions of approval that I believe the applicant is amenable to. So staff does support a limited amount of commercial occurring in the short term at the southeast corner based on the concept plan that's been submitted. We did have concerns about build out of all of the buildings along North Meridian Road without really a detailed concept plan. Based on the concept plan that was submitted, staff recommended allowing the development of the first 3 commercial buildings. So that would be what you would see here if you can see my pointer. That would be along the West Cherry Lane frontage, and then south of the existing access, there's an access that's here now from Meridian. A development agreement that's submitted by the applicant and detailed concept plans that are consistent with the mixed-use community designation of the comp plan would be required prior to any additional development. Staff has received 1 letter of support from the Meridian Development Corporation. We did have 1 person show up and testify at the Planning Commission. It was the church directly to the west. It was really just concerns about what would the height of buildings be, what kind of uses would be occurring there. And as we explained, that's just the later phase, so we don't really know at this point. It would be something that would be figured out and approved by the council at a later time. So our recommendations, there would be a development agreement, and I'm going to run through what staff's recommendations are, and I've listed them here. So with the first phase of development, the applicant may develop up to 3 commercial buildings along the west Chair Lane frontage and south of the existing access at North Meridian Road. That's what I showed you on the concept plan, those first 3 buildings on the corner. The applicant shall submit a plan illustrating how pedestrian connections in the first phase will tie to future phases of the development. That's because we want to make sure that the whole thing eventually ties together like mixed use community. So the applicant at least needs to show us how the circulation is going to tie in with the first phase so that we make sure that it's planned correctly. The applicant shall coordinate with the city and MDC on the design of an entry feature at the southeast corner near the intersection with the first certificate of zoning compliance. Again, we want to make sure that as the first part is built, that it's built taking into account that there has to be some kind of identity feature. That's what the comprehensive plan talks about. That's what the North Gateway area talks about. So something that identifies this as a different place. The applicant shall install the buffers along West Cherry Lane and North Meridian Road with any other future phases of development. So beyond the first phase, those first 3 buildings, the developer shall submit, move on. With any future phases of the future development, the applicant would have to submit for a development agreement modification. And there's certain things that we're recommending that would be the minimum that would be part of this development agreement. It would be a detailed concept plan for the entire development. They would submit the general layout and configuration of the buildings, circulation plan for both motorized and non-motorized, so pedestrian trails and pathways, an open space and amenity plan, and conceptual building elevations. There would be a requirement for the future development of the site to comply with design concepts that's being established by the new Northern Gateway District. Again, that's hasn't even been finished yet, so we don't know exactly what the design concepts are going to be, which is why we're wanting them to work with MDC as this comes together. There would be a requirement for building footprints to be limited to 30,000 square foot or 60,000 square foot for a grocery store, unless it's vertically integrated. That is what the comprehensive plan talks about in that area for a mixed use community. The development would need to contain at least 3 types of land uses. Again, that is what is designated in mixed use community. However, if they do vertically integrated buildings, meaning retail or commercial of some sort on the bottom and residential on the top, that would count as one of those uses. And residential uses should contain a minimum of 20% of the development. So we wouldn't want the entire thing to build out, for instance, as multifamily, but there does need to be a residential component in order for it to be the mixed use community designated by the plan. And the gross densities would need to be between 6 to 15 dwelling units per acre. And again, that is what is listed actually in the comprehensive plan. At the September 16th, 2021 meeting, the PC recommended approval. My understanding with recent discussions that the applicant is amenable to all the conditions. So again, what we're doing is we're just basically bringing this in kind of as a blank slate. We're letting the applicant develop just the first 3 buildings. As they develop those first 3 buildings, there's a few things they'll need to account for. Where are the connections going to be? Where is that identity feature going to be? They'll have to put in the landscape buffers. Anything else beyond those 3 buildings, they'll have to do a complete development plan that would come to you as a development agreement modification that would, again, pathway plan, architecture, and all that stuff. With that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Alan. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burr.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. One question. Are you wanting 20% of the first phase to be residential, given the fact that this phase will be almost entirely residential?
No, sir. And I'm sorry if I wasn't real clear about that. That would be with the second phase of development, that at least 20% of it would have to be residential. The first phase would be 100% commercial, the 3 buildings. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Perot.
Thank you, Alan. So the staff report mentioned a couple of times that there's a desire to have kind of civic areas, plaza areas. Unless I'm missing something, I don't really see a focus on that in this bubble plan here. And also not really sure what, there's a little rectangular area with some lines across it on the south part of the drawing that's just to the east of the C-store. What is that for?
Thank you, councilperson. If I understand you correctly, you're asking about plazas and you're asking about the part of the mill. I believe that's a gas pump, what you see in there, the square with the rectangular lines. Okay, so basically, if you look at those three buildings there at the corner, erase all those other buildings to the north. Anything that we see in the future, the only thing that we're talking about tonight is that entrance there on North Meridian and those three buildings to the south. That is the reason why we've said with the first phase of development, the applicant needs to take into account the identity feature and that they need to give us a plan to show how the circulation is going to start here. So once these first three buildings are constructed, for any other development that would happen, they're going to have to give us one of the things that's required that we're recommending with the development agreement would be an open space amenity and trails plan. So they would have to show with future development beyond those first three buildings, where are the plazas, the pathways, and again, except that the first phase would have to show some sort of pedestrian connection to show how it's going to begin.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilman Pro.
So in other words, there's not going to be a specific requirement for any of those civic plaza types of gathering spaces in the first phase. So the second phase is could come in could be 10 years out, 15, 20 years out, or and we don't know when those other requirements are going to be met in the second phase, or is the intention that this would all be developed at minimum during the time period that the URD is before the URD deadline, the Northern Gateway deadline? Or can you kind of give us some understanding? Because it seems really, I guess, it just doesn't seem very solid as to how the rest of it's going to play out.
Understood, which is why we're recommending so many details. It might be one of the things I might want to have Tori Cleary talk about. My understanding is that an urban renewal plan goes for 25 years. I believe that the applicant has every interest in wanting to be able to get the benefits that comes along with tax increment financing and the other things like that involved with an urban renewal district. In this particular phase, yes, you would just see those first three commercial buildings. I'm not sure what the timing is for the rest of that development to begin. The original idea was that we were just going to try to just bring this whole parcel in as a blank slate with a development agreement that says nothing can happen here until you do a development agreement modification. And the reason for that is if we don't get this into the urban renewal plan now, it won't happen. It's a lost opportunity because there's a percentage on how much they can incorporate, and this is bigger than they're allowed to do. So I don't know what the timing is on the second part, but the first three buildings was sort of staff's agreement that, okay, if you work with us, we'll work with you and we'll let you develop those first three buildings as long as they are not obstructing the way that we'd like to see it built out in the future. That was a very long-winded answer to your question, and it is complicated, so I apologize.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit uncomfortable just out the gate that, we're just seeing a piece of the development, and it's really important. I know with 10 Mile, we had a lot of design guidelines and kind of a bigger vision. This just doesn't seem like the execution we usually would pursue with an urban renewal district. So my question is, could we satisfy the urban renewal requirements with just an annexation, not approve the concept plan, and then approve a full concept plan at a later date? Would that still legally meet the requirement for the URD?
I think I'm going to look at Bill Neri or Victoria on that one. That's going over my pay grade.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, yes, from one standpoint, yes, just annexing the property. When we met with Mr. Tamura and his council, it's his concern on his being able to market the property that a completely blank slate really ties his hands on moving forward in any type of way. And so the compromise we came to in that meeting was this kind of gets the property in the plan, part of the urban renewal district, a little bit of development up front with some conceptual ideas of what could be the rest. As you'll notice, that label on that CC is hotel, multifamily, office, retail. So it really was intended to be a very much of a blank slate to move forward, but give him the comfort and ability to market his property versus just no designation of anything. And so that's kind of what the purpose was to give a kind of a very basic building block with some ability to develop a portion, get it into the urban renewal so that we can include it, because it's kind of now or never. And if we don't do it now, it can't ever be part of it. So that was the reason for it.
And if I can add, councilperson, I'll again defer to the applicant, but I believe this was the minimum that he would agree to and move forward with the annexation and the rezoning. There was a discussion about whether he even needed to do this now, but the city believed it was in our best interest because of this large property and that we are working on the urban gateway, the North Gateway plan. It would be a good time to get this incorporated. But again, this was pretty much the minimum that I think that we could agree to in order for him to move forward with this.
Yeah, I mean, I would say though, at the same time, right, isn't there a significant incentive to be part of the URD for a property owner, considering the huge amount of public infrastructure investment that's going to go into it? But I guess my question would be, what is the drop dead absolute latest deadline for annexation for this to work?
Tori, I don't know if you can answer that question or not. She's coming up here.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Strader. The annexation would need to be complete before the final reading of the ordinance, which I believe is scheduled for the first week in December. And Mr. Mayor, if I could maybe address a couple of the other questions and comments. The URD, life of the URD is 20 years. Certainly economic development and MDC are supportive of the future development of this site. However, we understand that the land use entitlement processes fall within the purview, a different purview of the council. It's been estimated that future development of this could, generate about $3 million over the life of the district, that 20 years. I will say there is nothing set in stone at all about reimbursement for public infrastructure. That would come later, and that's up to an owner participation agreement between the applicant and MDC.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thanks, Victoria. Yeah, I guess, I'm curious. Well, maybe I'll reserve my comment for later after everybody else has a chance to dig in a little bit, but I would just, it makes me really nervous to kind of go at this piecemeal. I know we have this timeline. I guess I'm just wondering if the applicant and planning staff and everybody really worked hand in hand and we pushed it up till like whatever the latest deadline is in December, if we could get a full concept plan. But I'm going to listen, and I'm trying to be open-minded, but it just makes me so nervous to commit, especially like a C-store and a gas station. And I just don't know if that's what we're ultimately envisioning for this important location.
And I guess I'll piggyback off of that just a little bit because, and this can be for the staff or the applicant. I mean, just in conversations I've had, not about this development, but generally about the benefits of having a hotel in our downtown, which this potentially is identified as a hotel site, nothing guaranteed. But having that closer to the corner seems to be the more appropriate place to put a taller and or hotel that might be closer to the other redevelopment opportunities of the other corners or into the closer to the downtown as compared to back further in the property. Was that discussed at all in terms of even conceptual layout fully? That would be my two cents is you'd want to feather from the corner, higher uses to lesser uses further back into the property towards the existing residential or other uses.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, yes, that had been discussed. Part of our hesitance with getting too far into this is that they're still working on the North Gateway plan, and that's going to have pretty specific requirements for this and design. I'm a little reluctant to get too into the weeds with this without actually having the applicant talk a little bit about what their plans are, because I don't want to answer on behalf of, I'm pretty sure he'll do a better job of answering some of these intent questions. Our part here was try to agree to a minimum of something that he could do to get some entitlements in place, at the same time get this annexed into the property with some promises that nothing else could happen without a full-blown plan, which is again why you see some minimum requirements for the trails and how it has to be organized. And beyond that, yeah, so I might want to defer to the applicant for some more of the details on the timing and what's going to develop there and why he's asking to do what he's going to do.
Okay. Council, any additional questions for staff? Okay, then I'll ask the applicant to please come forward. State your name and address for the record. Be recognized for 15 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Doug Tamura, 732 Santa Paula in Boise, Idaho. I'm the owner of the McFadden property. This spring, I was pleasantly surprised when Ashley contacted me about potentially being a part of their Northern Gateway Urban Renewal District. So tonight I'm here requesting annexation and zoning so that we can qualify for the district. One of the things that we have here is it's a large project. My main background is we developed Fairview Lakes. That was a 26-acre project, but it's been a 10 or 12-year project for us to do that. We just finished doing the corner of Franklin and Locust Grove where Jensco's at, Cope Automotive. And then we own Eastgate Shopping Center across from Timberline High School. And so we took an old 100,000 square foot shopping center and totally remodeled it. We're just completing a Chipotle on the corner of that. And the other thing that we do is we develop retirement centers. So the Grace that's in Fairview Lakes, and then we've got one in Nampa, and the retirement centers next to Bishop Kelly are projects that I own and designed. So on this, and like I told Bill, it's difficult for us to go ahead and market this project until we have some kind of zoning that we could represent to future users. We've been contacted by C-Store, and that's why I showed her C-Store. And I know that the previous person that had it under contract had been talking to Jackson's. So, our preference would be to have Jackson's do kind of a state-of-the-art project there. But I haven't talked to him because we don't have zoning. I've been contacted by a couple of the different drugstores. We developed the Walgreens at the corner of Apple and Park Center, so I've got a relationship with them. But again, without zoning, we haven't done anything. We own a Starbucks. We're just completing a Chipotle. So those are, I know there would be great tenants that would want to be in this potentially location because it's such a strong going to work location. And I think our biggest thing is we want to take our time and make sure that we do this right. In regards to the hotel, one of the things I'd mentioned to all the members that I worked with is I could see having something like a Residence Inn that's on Capitol Boulevard right now, something that's multi-story that really anchors that project. And I could see that as a backdrop behind the single level commercial that we do on Fairview. But our thought is on the 10-acre portion that is future is we think it's a combination of everything, office, retail, commercial, and probably the majority of it will be multifamily. But we want to kind of create a whole community when we do the 10 acres. So we've got kind of a smaller, user-friendly perimeter that's going to provide services, but the density of the project will be the 10 acres that I show as future. And, trying to come up with some kind of concept here between, now and, November is not going to happen on 10 acres. One of the things I talked to staff about was, we may come back in for a higher zone just so that we could put more vertically integrated, opportunities here. But our goal is to do something really, because we know that we've got a great location. And these locations, and especially with the growth that Meridian is going through, doesn't come along very often. I'm an architect, and so my passion is making sure that, you know, it relates to, you know, who we are, I guess. So, but timing wise, you know, I want to be able to take our time. I know that from talking with Ashley and Tori, that I think our initial one is about a 5-year window for us to spend the money on developing infrastructure for this property. I don't know, you know, I'm not real familiar with urban renewal, so I've never done a project in urban renewal. So I'm kind of new at this game. So any questions?
Thank you. Council questions?
Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Thank you. Excuse me. Doug, what we had, it doesn't happen very often, probably no discussions. Okay. So what we customarily do in a situation like this, which doesn't happen very often, when there's an annexation, we have to zone it somehow to some zone, and we do a holding zone like an R2. And the purpose of the R2 is basically to provide a zone with the understanding that as soon as the complete development plan and all of the things you're describing get ironed out by whoever the ultimate end user might be or buyer might be, that there's a rezone application, a DA, a plat, and all of that comes with that once it's determined. And that affords you the flexibility and your potential buyers the flexibility to do whatever the Northern Gateway District's going to try and promote without tying your hands necessarily. The challenge, the really big challenge going this route is giving it a CC zone. I had the same concerns that Liz had when I was prepping this, is that the city is locked into forever having a gas station and a Walgreens or a Rite Aid on the corner of this extremely prominent, extremely rare, extremely popular and desirable part of the city. I no doubt this will and can be extremely beautiful once master planned. But to give it a CC zone and even allowing those 3 buildings on the south, you cannot unring the bell. And that's a real big concern. And you can accomplish, I think you can accomplish everything you want to accomplish with a different zone that holds it, then collaborating with the urban renewal district and the city in a full master plan for the entire area. What the mayor speaks very well might be the most desirable component of it. But that's, I'm telling you this to kind of gauge your reaction. It's trade-offs, but I think the trade-off of giving it a CC zone and cementing those 3 southern uses is a huge drawback in light of a less permanent solution that solves the urban renewal opportunity, which truly is an opportunity. It provides this property a huge resource to utilize where appropriate, urban renewal funds to provide some improvements, public improvements that otherwise wouldn't be available for this end user. So that's some of the hesitancy that I saw coming into it with the zone requested and the desire to have those 2 or 3 southern uses. So what's your reaction to that? And are you open to having a different solution, which can happen real quick with a different zone?
You know, we had, Councilmember Borton, we had those discussions and we had several meetings of, you know, how we ended up where we ended up with. So what we decided as owners is that as long as we met the comp plan of what the goal is, what the city was trying to accomplish, we thought, well, we must at least put that zone in place if that's what the goal of the comp plan is. And then particularly where we can tie it to a DA development agreement, that beyond these, you know, three corner parcels, we'd have to bring in detailed concept of everything that we do in the future. and so, but I told him, I said, if we went in for an R2, it doesn't do me much more good than what I have right now. I wouldn't be in the urban renewal district, but I've got no desire to be annexed in if all I'm going to have is R2, because I can't go out and represent anything to anyone because, we still have we still have to go through zoning.
But, Mr. Mayor, I could just go back and forth, but the trade-off is you don't have anything now necessarily. I mean, there really isn't. If the expression from the city to the ultimate.
Well, we've got potentially, we have staff's approval to build those 3 parcels on the corner.
And I guess when I say not anything, meaning the larger scale project, right? The northern 14 acres, you wouldn't necessarily have, and there'd be a lot of DA conditions that would require you to come back and modify the DA to address things that try to answer all the unknowns that we've got concerns about now.
I don't have a problem with a future DA, because the other thing I told staff is that I think that Meridian is right on the edge of maturing, that I'm starting to see this kind of medium, high density housing starting in downtown. And I look at what happened on Myrtle and Boise, of what's happened in that whole urban core, and that's all happened within the last 5 years. I mean, it looked like what this property did, more or less just empty parking lots, and that's all changed. And so I think that as Meridian ages here in the next, 2 to 5 years, I think there's going to be a huge change of what the downtown core of Meridian is going to look like. Well, I don't have a problem of coming back in with a design development agreement of dealing with that is, because, one of the things I requested with staff is I actually wanted a higher zone so that we could have more vertically integrated potential future development. But again, I don't have a problem with a development agreement that will come back in. When we did Fairview Lakes, every building on there was a development agreement. We must have came back in a dozen times and made changes because, the market, and particularly Meridian being kind of the heart of this valley, is really, seeing the changes and the pressures of growth. And I think that what we see now of downtown Meridian is only it's only the tip of the iceberg of what Meridian is going to look like in the future. But if I can at least get the CZ zone, then I'll probably just pull my application and we'll just sit and wait.
Okay. And the final comment, Mr.
Councilman
Mayor,
Barton.
It's the unknowns. For example, if this entire parcel is best developed with perhaps CG, like you described, and I saw some of those notes in the application, or perhaps with a large hotel that's up on the corner that's feathered. There's some of those opportunities that long-term might be best for this site that you described, and Boise was Myrtle area was planned that way. That if we lock in the CC zone and the uses on the 3 southern, a lot of those opportunities go away. And I understand that's the trade-off, but that's just some of the concern that we wouldn't have those long-term opportunities.
Councilmember Borton, one of the things that, again, I discussed with staff is our intention is, like I said, as this site matures and as we have more demand for vertically integrated, our plan is at some point in time, we may come back and request a CG zone for a majority at this site.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
and, even with the three pads that will get approved with the original CC, it doesn't eliminate the opportunity that, we may try to put a hotel on the corner. I just know that of the people that have contacted me since I've owned this property, of people that are out there. And so that's why I showed, because that's what I know. I know that we could place those 3 things there. Is that the best for this location? I don't know. Because like I said, I think we've got a real keystone of this downtown urban renewal district.
So that brings up, in fact, one more question to that point. Are you open to the idea that if it was zoned CC, that the uses on the southern portion could be removed? You wouldn't have a concept plan that would tie you to anything. All of that would be part of a DA modification to determine how the CC zone would be utilized.
That'd be fine with me too. Well, and again, when I talked with staff, our original application is that we proposed a development agreement on everything. So that was their kind of compromise of me, because my original application was CG for the full 18 acres. And they said, well, that seemed pretty aggressive. And so I said, well, how about if we do the CC? And then they said, well, we'll give you the 3 on the southern, but that came from staff. Because I told them, I said, I'd agree to a full DA on everything if we need to.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
First of all, I agree with my fellow council members. I have the same concerns, and I'd be much more comfortable having a DA on everything from the outset for a variety of reasons already mentioned. So I just wanted to put that out there. Doug, good to see you. You probably don't remember me. I was many years working with Hopkins Financial before Fairview Lakes was developed, and all through that time period, I was there almost 10 years. So good to see you. It's been a while. So I just wanted to understand, just clarify, it sounds to me like that this concept plan was based on contacts and communications you've already had with potentially interested parties for this location, perhaps rather than what might be best big picture for Meridian, which is understandable because, I realize that you don't have anything set yet because you don't have it annexed or zoned. So can you just give us some more clarification on the design? To me seems broken up. It doesn't, the multiple entrances on the Meridian side, I read through ACHD's report. I didn't see a requirement for 3 entrances. I just want to understand a little bit more about that before I specifically say that I'm not comfortable with approving this. I realize it is a concept plan, but along the lines of the conversation that we're already having concerns about the placement, even of the 3 properties that would, the 3 concepts for that southern portion. And so I basically just wanted to understand what the placement and what the intentions are, because it seems all very odd to me. You don't have access to a gas station. You don't have access off of Cherry Lane to a gas station, which is where you want the access, right? Right next to the gas station, because that's where everybody's turning in and out. So can you give me some more details on that?
Councilmember Perot. So we just finished 2 years ago negotiating with the Highway District over those curb cuts on Meridian Road. And so that is something that we were able to work out with them, because I know that part of the success of projects is access. And so the other access that we have on Cherry Lane is something that doesn't exist now, but was promised to me that as long as we line it up with the street across the way, that we could get a full access there. And so the 3 accesses that we have shown on Meridian Road was what the Highway District gave us. I know that staff's concern was that we may have too much access, but I think depending on the density of what the project is and how many people are going to be coming and going, we said that we'd be willing to go ahead and do traffic studies as we develop the overall project to see how traffic circulation worked. What I showed there is what we have existing. So when they redid Meridian Road, those 3 access points that are shown on my site plan are what exists today. The access point on Cherry Lane is something that would be moved to accommodate a full access. So where the horses are at and the corral's at is only right in, right out. But I know that it's important for us to have a full access off of Cherry Lane. In regards to the sketch that I drew up, since I'm an architect, I could visualize, and since we did Fairview Lakes, I could visualize what kind of potential users would be there. And the concern that staff had when I was negotiating on trying to get a zone was that it would be difficult for council to make a ruling on a commercial zoning without some kind of concept plan. And so I knew that what I showed on this drawing would potentially work for us because from my experience of working on Fairview Lakes. we've got a far superior location on Meridian Road. So as far as, family dining, coffee, those kind of uses that we could cluster along there and create some kind of pedestrian friendly, frontage on Meridian Road. I know that's something that we can create. And then our thought is to do some kind of vertically integrated large development that would support all those smaller out pads, around the perimeter in a large, planned community. And probably a two-phase one where there'd be one south of the ditch and one north of the ditch, and potentially use the ditch as kind of a center amenity to our whole development. But again, those are, they're huge projects. That second phase is 10 acres. And, if you look at some of the projects that are being developed in downtown Boise, those are 1.5 acre, 2 acre projects. So you can imagine what kind of communities that we could develop on this property. So, and I guess I'll throw this option out, knowing that we're at kind of the 0 hour on this annexation, is that I wouldn't have a problem of making a DA requirement on everything that we did. I don't, I'd mentioned that to staff when we originally did our thing, but then I was hoping for a CG zone that we could do higher density things. But, knowing that I've got the ability to always come back for a rezone on the 10 acre portion in the future. And if their concerns are what we do on the 3 in the front, the reason that I showed what I showed is, we developed the Walgreens, so we know what a Walgreens footprint is. We've got an offer on the table right now for a C-store. So, I know that if I wanted to take a C-store, I've got one in hand. And we developed both the Starbucks and a Chipotle. That would be great on this location. I know that Starbucks is right down the street, but I've got a really good relationship with Starbucks. And I think this would make a great Starbucks location. So, so what I did was I just went with what I knew to paint you guys a picture that, hey, we're not asking for a blank slate and this is what could happen. Once I have the zoning in place, are there other players that are going to come out? I probably get a phone call a week right now of different people. And they said, are you interested? And I said, well, we're going through the entitlement process right now. And, I'll find out hopefully tonight, if it's going to stay a pasture or if we're going to move ahead. So, it's been an interesting couple of months because, staff has been great to work with. And I think we came up with a good compromise, and that's why we're here tonight. But I hear what you're saying, because my intention was I asked for the whole thing to be CG so we could do as big and great as development as we could. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember.
Doug, I'm really excited about this project. I think that when you talk about a Walgreens or a Starbucks or, some of the other things you talk about, I think that it's going to be much bigger, much greater than what you have even thought about.
I agree too.
And so I think that you own a piece of property in the heart of our city. And I think that you're going to be able to do whatever the heck you want to do on that property. And hopefully it's going to be really big and it's going to be really awesome. Because, you are the gateway. Your property literally is the gateway into downtown. And so I would hope that anything that you develop in this property is something that's spectacular. And I know that as a developer and as a architect, I know that you're the right guy to make that happen. We need you to sort of strike a deal tonight in the 4 years I've been sitting in this seat, I don't think I've ever negotiated over the pulpit. I don't remember a time, but we are sort of under the gun as far as a time frame is concerned. Would you be willing to acquiesce and allow this to be zone CC, and then without a concept plan, and then allow our staff in the next week to come up with a development agreement that could be agreed upon and voted upon next Tuesday?
My original submittal was CG and then I compromised down to the CC. But part of the original submittal was a full development agreement on everything. So if we could, and I guess here's, well, and I could always do a Zoom meeting, but I spend my falls and springs in Hawaii.
I bet you do.
So
Can I come?
we fly out tomorrow. But like I said, the original submittal and my intent was to do a DA on everything. So I don't know if that's a compromise that we could settle on tonight and then, push my CC zoning through and just make that one change. I'd be willing to do that.
Can you specify what you're asking of us?
That everything that we submit will be resubmitted as a development agreement, go through both planning and zoning and city council as far as the detail of what we're going to develop on every building that we do. So it'll eliminate the ability for us to develop these 3 locations until we come back in. So all we're going to do is really get a CC zone and annexed, and then future development agreements on anything that we submit.
Alan, I see you had your hand up. If you can answer another question for me, is there a reason why we couldn't do the same thing with CG? Is that not?
We had some concerns with CG, mostly because of the height that would be allowed on the entire site. 65 feet would be allowed for the entire site. And although we do think that there are some areas that probably would allow some greater height, we were nervous about entitling the entire site until we knew. Secondly, there was a couple of uses that we weren't really hot on there that would be allowed under CC, like car dealerships and those kinds of things. CC allowed all the uses that he wanted to do. The only difference was it didn't allow, he wanted to go up to 65 feet high, but you could do CC and then allow a conditional use to go higher. So it would allow the height that you wanted to go through with additional review, but it wouldn't entitle the entire site for that height. And if I can add, I have my hand up. If we're going to go that route, I would prefer the following week, so we would have enough time to do this. Next Tuesday probably would be very difficult for us, so the 26th would be better.
Mr. Mayor. So Mr. Mayor, Mr. Council, our intention was probably to have this ready by the 26th with the findings and the development agreement on the same night. Because that timing will fit MDC's need as well, right? Because they have kind of an A or B option to moving forward with this property. And to be fair to Mr. Tamori, that is exactly what he asked for. When we met, he wanted CG, eliminate any uses out of that CG that we know we didn't want. And then he would come back with the DA modifications for future uses. Our concern, as Alan said, was one, it's harder to eliminate things and not miss something that happens occasionally. The CC would meet all the needs he generally wanted to do, but the height allowance, but there was the CUP option for that. So that's kind of where we landed. To be fair to him, it was staff asking for some general idea of what would be there, because the council in the past has preferred a general overview of what would be there: buildings, footprint, size, general types of uses. So that's why he brought up the C-store, gas station, those types of uses. Not that we asked for those specific uses, but the staff asked for something to show you. I think we would be fine with no specific uses identified, but the CC really, as Alan said, sort of does the work for us, and Mr. Tomorrow could live with that to allow him the marketing and the beginning of the process of development of a site plan. So that was kind of where we landed. So he did ask for just a kind of a open zoning, and we were concerned that it was a little too open, but the CC kind of fit that bill a little bit better than the CG, without trying to figure out every use on a CG that we'd want to take out. So did I get that right, Alan? If I misstated that, please.
No, that was correct. It's a lot easier for the city to work with the applicant towards where the better ideas of the areas of higher height was through the conditional use process than through the entire site for 65 feet high. In fact, the church to the west had concerns about the height of the building. So we absolutely think it should be higher and vertical there. We just weren't okay with a blank check. We thought it'd be better to keep it limited and then allow where it's appropriate. And again, we didn't want to have some of the entitled uses of CG there. There are a few uses that would have been troubling.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Burnt.
Mr. Mayor, I think I'm okay with that. I think that allowing that zoning to be CC with the thought process along, you know, especially at that corner, allowing Doug, you know, the possibility of maybe putting something there that has a little bit of height to it. I think you're far enough away from residential that I don't think that that would be a big deal. I don't know what that looks like, but certainly give him the, you know, potential of having that happen. And I appreciate, Doug, you being open to the idea of, you know, working with us and working with MDC and their partners to get this process rolling. I know that it was, like you said, a surprise. And so I appreciate you willing to be open-minded about this.
You know, the two things that I promised to the neighborhood is the church reached out to us about they're going to develop a park on the north end of their property. And so instead of provide, you know, because one of the things that staff talked about was providing access to the northern part of the church property. Well, he'd rather have that buffered. So I told him that we'll make sure and buffer his. The three other people or couples that showed up at my neighborhood meeting were the 3 residential units that are contiguous on the very northwest corner. And so again, you know, on my site plan, I showed where we'd, you know, limit the height of development in that corner to a 2-story. But again, since we're going to have to come in for development agreements, we can address all those kind of things as it goes along. So, but it's interesting because it's almost like a full circle, because what we originally, or what I originally submitted in my concept was exactly what you're talking about. Because the one thing that I could see the difference between the CC and the CG was the limit on height. And I told him of all the things that we needed to have that potential that we could have, you know, in certain locations that height that we could do something nice. So I appreciate the support.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Gordon.
quick question for legal. It's sort of zoning light doing it this way, very unusual. So if we were to proceed with CC on the entire parcel without any concept plan, and maybe this is yet to be refined, but what would be the conditions of the approval? We talk about requiring a DA for any and all parcels, but if it's zoned, annexed and zoned, there's entitled uses. What prevents them from pulling a permit to build a C-store on the corner? Anyway, even without a concept plan.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Borton, we could certainly include, if Doug is willing, to put in there that they can't even pull a building permit without a concept plan being submitted. Oh, maybe I didn't close enough, sorry. We could put in the development agreement that no building permits will be issued either until the concept plan is approved for at least that parcel. Maybe not the entire site, but at least that parcel is going to have to be approved prior to building permits.
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like we're talking about having the zoning, but no actual entitled right to construct anything until that future concept plan is brought, presented, approved. So it would be that's an example of a condition in the DA.
That would be my intention. That's what I thought.
Okay.
Mr. Trevor was okay with.
To Alan Tiefenbach, if I can add on to Mr. Neri, if we were going to go that route, basically CC and you can't do anything else, I don't even think we need to work on the conditions of approval for the development agreement. That would be something we would work out with the DA that's required with the concept plan. But there would be no conditions. You'd be zoning it to CC with the condition that a concept plan and full development agreement would be required with any development. That would give the staff and the applicant time to craft where we're going.
I think we're all in the same place.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think that that's even better for you, Doug.
Yeah, no.
I mean, like this, I mean, if I were in your shoes, I would want exactly what we're trying to give you, and personally.
Well, and it's interesting because that's what I originally submitted is, you know, and I represented the neighborhood that all our developments would have a DA requirement that they'd have, you know, they'd have another shot at us before we build anything. So
We're good.
I think as a compromise, staff had come up with the 3 approvals on the corner. You know, I thought, well, I'm going to take those if I can get them, but you know, who knows? You know, like I said, I haven't reached out to any, I've talked to the C-store and that's it, but that's it.
Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Doug, thank you. We don't often have applicants just so willingly volunteering for DAs, but we like them because we feel like they're the most effective tool that we can to develop well. So I wanted to actually ask a question to staff. During the comprehensive plan process, I remember us having discussions. There was an element of that about transportation. One of the conversations that was had with a sort of a transportation concept that we did was that this corner would be a great location as a transportation hub in Meridian. And there was some surveys and studies that were done about, you know, where it would be good for us to have some future transportation accesses. Was any of that looked at or reviewed in you know, as part of this application? I know it was just conceptual. I know it was something that was suggested to the city for this site. There wasn't anything that was, you know, specifically approved by the city that says this is what we're planning on having transportation access on this site. But I'd really like to make sure that that is something that we discuss or is reviewed, or if my fellow council members believe that that needs to happen. But it said in this information during the comp plan that this was the best location for us to potentially have transportation access. And I don't want to overlook that as we talk about what's going to go into this corner. Oh yes, go ahead.
My apologies. Councilperson Perot, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, you're right on the nose. The destination downtown plan actually recommends Cherry this as a transportation hub. It does talk about looking at transit shelters, those kinds of things. If you dig into the staff report more, and I didn't put it in my exact conditions of approval, but if you look in the transportation part of my staff report, it does talk about that future developments would look at these transportation options. We wanted to wait and see what was going to happen with the ACHD, what was going to happen with the North Gateway plan. But yes, we are very aware that this could be a transportation, would probably be the transportation hub in the area, particularly Cherry and Meridian. So yes, we're very aware of that. We do know that that is one of the things that are being planned for.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilwoman Pro.
Alan, when you say that's being planned for, what do you mean? Because that isn't something that's incorporated in this initial concept plan by the applicant.
The applicant would have. So if we're going forward with the option that I'm hearing discussed with being CC and then a DA and a concept plan for anything in the future, they would have to address potential transit stops. The original staff report talked about that. The conditions talks about motorized and non-motorized options. Again, we did discuss the transit corridor. When I said being planned, because you know, I don't know where ACHD is going, but it is identified in our destination downtown plan as being a transit corridor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Thanks. I just had a couple questions. Thanks, Mr. Tamura. Appreciate it. So I guess for the group, I'm not sure who wants to respond, but would the intention then be that the DA would be submitted in the future at the time that a detailed concept plan would be ready? And would your intention be to master plan the whole development, or would you be taking individual buildings through? I have a bias towards seeing kind of a more holistic kind of master plan for the whole area.
Council Member Strader, and Jessica can probably testify from when we worked on Fairview Lakes. I must have changed that concept a half a dozen different times. So, you know, sometimes, you know, we had townhouses where the retirement center was at. We had apartments approved where the office park is at. I mean, it was a constant moving, you know, but I think that's just the nature of real estate. And potentially close in, great located real estate is really starting to change a lot now. So what that picture is going to look like in the next 2 to 5 years, it's hard to tell. And it's hard to master plan a full 18-acre development. I mean, it's unrealistic for me to tell you that we'd be able to do that. Our goal is to make it as nice and as dense as we can.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think this through. So, you get the zoning and then you'd be able to market the property. It would be subject to a DA and a concept plan. Not sure how detailed it would need to be. But I think, the concept plan could change, but I guess my guidance would just be that it'd be better to show how the whole development would be integrated together, because that's one of the concerns I had. Like, I just wanted to make sure I guess so if you can explain kind of what you're envisioning, would you have kind of a phase 1 outlined in the concept plan that comes in the future with a phase 2 to come, or would you be trying to work on one, kind of one holistic plan, or what would that look like?
Like I said, a typical downtown BCOT block in Boise is 2 acres. So to look at a full 1 acre development in downtown Boise is a huge project. This is 18 acres. So it's potentially, it's all of downtown Boise in one shot. So, trying to think about how it master plan downtown Boise, I can't promise that. I don't have that kind of vision, and I know I don't have that kind of money.
Would you be okay with waiting to provide that future concept plan until the Northern Gateway design guidelines and plan are prepared by MDC?
I'll work in conjunction with them. I want to stay the quarterback of my project.
Sure.
I work real well with, all different groups, and I want to have the neighbors involved too, so that, we do the right thing for them too, so.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate that. When we, I think the only other example I have is the 10-mile urban renewal district, and they had a really detailed plan there, and that it didn't tell all the future uses for that huge development, but it had a lot of guidelines, and that made it so that we knew it would be cohesive. And so that's why I'm asking that question, because I think if you had that guidance, then we could all get really comfortable that it would be cohesive as it comes together. It sounds like that's possible.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's, I haven't put the thought process to develop 18 acres yet, so. We're just trying to, like I said, my request is annexation and zoning to get us into the urban renewal district. And so it's been a full-time job from this spring until right now to get to where we're at. So that's all I'm trying to get done right now.
Mr.
Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
Yeah, Mr. Members of the council, one of the things I guess that I don't know if this helps your conversation or not. If we're able to get an agreement with Mr. Tamora, and I've worked with Mr. Tamora a long time as well, that it will be part of it can then be part of the urban renewal district, which means the urban renewal agency will also be reviewing these types of applications and what fits and what makes sense. And he's going to work with them to help design what's going to fit this area to fit his needs as well. If it's not part of the urban renewal district, then you're sort of working side by side, but not cohesively, because now it doesn't have to meet the urban renewal guidelines. It meets the city's guidelines. And now the city is the only gatekeeper on what happens there. Not that that's bad and not that that's a problem, but if it's part of a renewal, again, there's already a built-in connectivity between the guidelines, the standards, the requirements, and you have another entity that's also going to review those and comment and provide you feedback on how this fits or doesn't. Because the questions that I think most of you are asking is, even if we grant this today and we limit it to building permits and approvals based on a future concept plan, the council will have to have a reason to simply just say no. But when, say it's not Mr. Tamora and someone else comes in with a C-store and a drugstore and a coffee shop in the corner, the council is going to ask the same question. How is that going to integrate with anything else that goes there? Just like you're asking tonight. And that's what you're looking for to approve that next step. And with it being part of the urban renewal district, you'll also have the urban renewal district saying, that won't fit what we're intending to try to make the entire area. This, the property across the street, the property to the south, properties to the west. So it all works cohesively together. Whereas without doing it that way, you're really going to be a one-off every time trying to figure out the city constantly being on the lookout to make sure it kind of fits, but it doesn't have to actually fit. So I don't know if that helps or hurts, but it's trying to connect the dots a little bit better for both Mr. Tamura, the city, and MDC.
Council, it's all right if we at least see, we have people signed up from the public to testify, and at least get to them if they would still like to testify based on where we're at before, if we need to final stuff with the applicant. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, first is Ashley Squires.
Okay.
Can you all, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. If you can say your name and address for the record.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Ashley Squires, I am the administrator for Meridian Development Corporation. My address is 104 East Fairview Avenue, number 239 here in Meridian. And just wanted to clarify a couple of different items for you this evening. First of all, we talked about a drop dead date. That is excuse me, I'm getting over a virus. That date is October 31st. We have to have a signed development agreement by that period of time in order to move forward with either what is known as option A or option B with the specific plan. Excuse me again. That is really an important deadline for us. If I don't have a signed development agreement by October 31, we will move forward with option B that does not include this property. We do not have the time in order to be able to get through the process that is needed through the city council and the hearings with the resolution in order to have that accomplished by the end of the year. If something should go awry with option A, with the property being in. Excuse me again. So timing is absolutely critical. I also wanted just to clarify, there was a comment made by staff regarding design standards. I'm not quite sure what he meant by that. There are no design standards that will be included into the specific plan for the Northern Gateway. What the Northern Gateway plan will state is what the type of projects we will be doing, and that's more in the infrastructure realm. As we've talked about in the past, the legislature has limited the capabilities of urban renewal agencies and new districts. So basically, we have to be very specific in terms of projects. So we're focusing on transportation projects, we're focusing on water, sewer infrastructure projects, but we are not delineating land uses. We are pointing to the comprehensive plan for that, and we are not creating design standards as a part of this as well. Excuse me. So I just wanted to make those 2 points this evening for you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Tamura. He has been a very willing participant throughout this process. I know that there was some back and forth as to what was the correct process and what did we need for this evening. However, I think we can get there. I think what Councilmember Burnt suggested is a win-win for everybody. We certainly want this to be a part of the district. I think, as Tori mentioned, it's about $3 million that this project is estimated to generate over the life cycle of 20 years, not 25 years, 20 years. And so, we think that this will be a hallmark for the entrance into downtown. And so we would love to be a part of that if we possibly can. So with that, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Actually, I don't want to prolong this because I understand you're under the weather. I appreciate it tonight. I appreciate your comment about this Northern Gateway being kind of a hallmark for Meridian. And I think that's where maybe at least some of my concern is coming, is that when we start thinking about this piece of land in the Northern Gateway, I guess for me, the thought of C-stores, coffee shops, chain restaurants aren't what come top of mind. I like all of those, and I think they have a place in our community. I guess it's not what I initially envisioned for this. Is that in line with what MDC was envisioning for this area?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, again, we're not getting into the specifics in terms of vision, in terms of uses. What we are looking for is, a variety of projects, how those will help support, creating enough increment to be able to complete the list of infrastructure projects that we see a very real need for in downtown Meridian to allow for the continued growth and redevelopment. We do see a great opportunity, but we haven't said as an agency, this is the exact type of project we want to see. We, again, will adhere to what the comprehensive plan says. And if the applicant is able to demonstrate how they meet the intention of the comprehensive plan, which was very well vetted and thought out, then I think MDC will certainly support that type of project. We do envision working very closely with Mr. Tamura on future on this project and future design and how this will all work together. But again, we're not the agency to take a role in terms of dictating uses. That's not our purview at this time.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
So maybe just to help me, and I'm, still learning, just like everybody, lifelong learner here. But when we had the 10-mile plan, I know there's a 10-mile specific area plan, and there were really specific design guidelines, I think, that we all loved. Was that something driven outside of the MDC process? And so because our planning staff, I see Jessica nodding, she would know. So it's because our planning staff had specifically made an area plan. That's how we got those kind of specific guidelines. I just want to understand how this is going to be different than 10-mile.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, 10-mile has a specific area plan, which is a planning document. It is its own mini comprehensive plan for that area. That is not one and the same as the 10-mile urban renewal district. Those are two very different documents. The urban renewal district document outlines the type of projects such as water, sewer, transportation, infrastructure that will be accomplished with that. But it does not talk about uses. It does not talk about land use in any way. It just talks about the infrastructure side of things and the potential for reimbursement with MDC. The specific area plan is a planning document that I believe the city took on, I'm going to say the mid to late 2000s. It's all kind of a blur at this point, but those are just two different planning documents. What we have for downtown that does not go as far on the north side of Fairview is destination downtown. And so one of the things that we would like to do moving forward, if the Northern Gateway Plan should be adopted, is that we need to take a hard look at destination downtown, because that document is almost 12 years old at this time. And I think there are some refinements and some revisions that need to be taken into account. In addition, we need to take in the property with the Northern Gateway that was not included in the original document. And that talks a little bit more about the look and feel, what we would have expectations for. And that was ultimately adopted by the city council as a reference into your comprehensive plan. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, it did. I appreciate you walking us through the history there. That makes sense. I recall that the comprehensive plan had a specific area plan, so that makes more sense. So I guess, would you envision that the destination downtown document would be updated to include this new district? And would that then provide design guidance at least to properties? Or what I kind of am getting at is, if there's a difference, I think, if your intention is to expand the destination downtown and some of the guidance there, that would provide a really cohesive feel. I think if that didn't happen for some reason, I'm just worried it could be kind of a disjointed area.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, and that's a very fair point in question. The concern I have with saying yes, that we should wait until Destination Downtown is updated is that that's going to be quite the process. Again, it's almost a 12-year plan. There will need to be, first of all, I need to get my agency on board members on board to say yes to updating it. And then that's probably at least a 1.5 to 2 year effort if we do it right. So I don't want to hold Mr. Tamura up based on the fact that we might update this document. What I would rather is that we all work together to come together with a project that we would all be very proud of and can support. And I know that that's Mr. Tamura's intention as well. So I hope that answered your question.
And actually, if I could just piggyback on that, I think with the Destination Downtown, you really have two different aspects. You have the walkable downtown elements, and you have the auto-oriented elements. What's in the urban rural district as you get off the interstate until you come down to the split corridor. And I think that really part of the conversation long-term is what does this intersection area look like and what are the expectations? We have 3 potential areas that could redevelop or may never redevelop. And how do you apply something even in the short term for that long-term vision? So it is a bigger question, but there are different standards even within the Destination Downtown document for different parts of the area. And this, I don't know that this is really the same that you're talking about when you look at Main and Pine or Meridian and Pine as compared to when you look at Franklin and Meridian, as an example. Any further questions for Ashley? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else sign up?
Mr. Mayor, only one other person signed in. They didn't check that they wanted to testify.
Then we'll just go to, is there anybody else in the audience that'd like to provide testimony on this item, or anybody online who would like to provide testimony? You can use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of the screen. Okay. Seeing no one who'd like to provide testimony, would the applicant like to come up for any final comments?
Doug Tamura, Boise, Idaho. Yeah, I'm not real sure where we're heading, but I think the more control the city can, have on this project, I'm more than willing to give that support. So, I'd like to be part of this urban renewal district, and I'd like to see it move ahead. But at the same time, I think we're only willing to do that with some type of commercial zoning that we could go out and try to market future tenants, users. So, yeah. I appreciate your help.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions?
Thanks,
Mayor.
Doug. I appreciate you.
Okay. Councilman Pearl?
Thank you. I agree with Councilman Burnt. I appreciate you too. We love it when we hear applicants say that they want to work with the neighbors, that they really have the best interest in the city at heart. We just appreciate that. I mean, more than we can say, because it's not that there aren't other applicants that don't. We just really appreciate it being verbalized. Just one more question for you about how this might come to be. Are you hearing from the folks that are calling you that freestanding individual buildings are what is desired by the commercial community? And is that why it was designed this way?
Mr. Tamura, I think that was a question for yourself, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, sorry about that.
Maybe repeat that question.
Absolutely. The parties that have been interested in this property, have they mainly been companies who want individual freestanding buildings that they can own? And that's the interest that you're receiving, and that's why the original concept plan was designed this way?
Yeah, it was kind of a chicken or the egg. What staff was concerned about, if we gave city council too much of a blank palette, that it was going to be hard to make any kind of ruling. And since I'm an architect and a lot of these users we developed already and we knew they'd contacted us, it was easy for us to put together the site plan to show how that could be developed. But if the city's goal and my goal is higher and better use, then I'm more than willing to go ahead and, rethink about it. And, like I said, hopefully once we have zoning in place, that again, my phone's going to ring with different players. So that's what I'm hoping.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. So I'm not married. I just showed that because I knew that's something that we could do. If they wanted a picture of what we could put there, I know I could put that there.
And we appreciate that because that typically is what the staff is not wrong. That's typically what we do prefer, is to get an idea of what the applicant's intended future plans are. But this is just such a unique location, unique property. I think we're moving forward with it a little bit differently.
Yeah. Is a C-store the highest and best use for that intersection? Well, I know I have a bird in the hand right now, but at the same time, there's got to be higher and better users. So, any more questions?
I think we're good. Thank you. Yeah. So how do you get to where you think you want to go?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
we'll find out. Move that we close the public hearing on item H 2021-0048.
Second the motion.
A motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
here's where I think that I hear us all headed is, and Doug, I appreciate your comments and the kind of cooperation with staff and the direction that's got us to where we're at. That we would continue this item for 2 weeks. 1 week? 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Alan can't prepare findings, and I can't prepare a development agreement without it. Continue it 2 weeks and then approve it, you'll miss the deadline. So if you want to approve it tonight with the conditions that you'll get findings and the DEA in 2 weeks, we can have that.
So, and maybe it's just a different way of getting there. I thought if I was going to continue the thought with assuming it would be approved in 2 weeks, that you could have everything ready, assuming the approval is going to happen and the findings and the DA would all be on the same day.
Mr. Members, I mean, I guess we can do that. It works either way, because the reality is if you grant approval tonight, contingent upon the findings and the DA that comes back in 2 weeks, we're going to ask Mr. Tamora to sign that DA before he comes back to you on the 26th. If the council still doesn't like it, you're not going to approve it. And so we haven't normally done it that way, but I don't know that the law prohibits us from doing it that way. I think you can approve them all together. If that's your preference, we can do it as long as that's the direction. Prepare the findings, prepare the development agreement, and do all of it at once. I don't think it's not allowed. I think we can do that. That's your preference.
Mr. Mayor, I think
Councilman Borton.
the manner in which you get there are probably planning and legal will tell us. So I'll say what I think what we might want to do. And then you can say, we ought to do that in a week and then the next one in 2 weeks. So it sounds like the concept would be, we'd go forward, approve the annexation, zone it CC, the entire parcel. Doug's comments with regards to, providing the city that type of control. We would have the DA that goes with this annexation include provisions that capture that intent. Things such as, no building permits without a concept plan, the mixed use community designation that this property has in the future land use map, that those principles of encouraging a more global concept plan for the area as a whole, candidly discouraging C-stores and gas stations from our discussion today. However, you believe that can best be captured in a DA that would be signed concurrent with the annexation, that retains that discretion for the council at a future date to address a DA modification and a concept plan if and when it's ready to come forward. So if that's the way we go, would that best be served by doing the whole caboodle in 2 weeks, or break it 1 week and then another?
Mr. Members, the council unless planning has a concern, I don't have a concern in doing them all together. I think our normal concern is that we are completely decided if we're going to approve it, we do all the work and then none of it gets approved.
Preference would be to have the 2 weeks to have ample time to get this right and not be scrambling. And then doing the whole thing together as
Right.
26th as.
It doesn't have to be.
We can do it all on the 26th, everything.
So here's what's key, Mr. Mayor. For that to happen is like the principles I just described, you would need to know those, because what'll happen in 2 weeks, it'd be a signed DA. I mean, it's ready, fire, aim.
Yes.
To a certain extent. So if council has any other principles to capture in the DA, this is the time to say it. So legal and planning can incorporate it, because Doug would have a copy of it and have it signed before it comes back. So a little backwards, now is the one and only time to address that content. So that's what I heard us all describe. To you make that magic happen to retain that control. And
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Burnt.
I've never, a little guidance maybe, something that I just thought of that I've never seen us do before, but what if we were to, do what we just discussed, maybe continue it till next week and the week after, just so that we can maybe do a follow-up discussion in case there are any questions, any concerns the staff or legal might have that can be addressed at that time, and then continue it again for another week and then just get it all done. I know it's a lot of work, but we're trying to think outside the box to.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I guess, so the deadline for the 26th is next Tuesday afternoon at 2. So technically, we're going to miss the deadline if we do it that way. We can prepare. I'm pretty clear where you are. I think Alan's pretty clear where you are. Your other backstop, if your concern might be, I think was expressed earlier, that again, it's not Mr. Chamorro, someone else comes in possession of this property for whatever reason. And they come back and they decide they want to build a C-store and a coffee shop in the corner. And the council at that time says, that's not what we want. You can always de-annex. Say, if you don't want to follow the plan that we had, we're just going to de-annex it. And so you still have safeguards in code and in the agreement that give you the ability to control what happens. But we will build in those conditions that development agreement modifications are needed for all parcels on the plan. All building permits need to be approved by council. Before building permits can be issued, those site plans have to be approved by council as a DA mod or a CUP if it's a height variance. So I think that's what I've heard. I think I'm comfortable crafting a DA for that. I hope if Alan's comfortable crafting findings from that. I don't know that we need to bring it back next week because I don't know that that's really going to gain us anything. But if as long as you're comfortable and Alan's comfortable, I think I can make a DA like that.
Yeah, and maybe I'm oversimplifying. I thought it was like going to be a one-line DA that just had "Thou shalt not redevelop," "Thou shalt not develop until a new development agreement is done."
Yeah, we get paid by the word, so it's a couple more words than that, but it's generally the concept.
That's
we have,
essentially
yes.
where I thought.
Yes.
That's kind of where I was landing. I was trying to figure out, I'm hearing what the intent is, but my understanding was you can't do anything without a concept plan and a DA modification at a later date.
Doesn't seem to be overly complex.
That's where I was landing. I didn't know how detailed you wanted to get, but it was basically, you got your zoning, but if you want to do anything else, you're going to come in front of council with a full concept plan and a DA mod with all the conditions of approval.
Right, and Mr. Members of the council, I think the only slight variation of what we've done previously is adding building permits for it as well. And so it isn't just the concept plan, but even building permits to build anything are all going to be tied to the same thing.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman.
Just, we've closed the public hearing. And I guess if by a shake of a head is the applicant, does that direction he thought will work as well? except we have to reopen the public hearing to have you speak. So, Mr. Mayor, I move that we reopen the public hearing on item H 2021-0048.
Second.
Yeah, motion second to reopen the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Nay, the ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Doug Tamura. I guess my only concern, and I might be able to squeeze it, is the advertising part if we don't get this approved tonight. I'm assuming I'd have to re-advertise for the next, so that'll be waived? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, then whatever you guys decide is fine with me. Yeah. Like Alan had commented, I think it'd be better to have everything on one plate that you guys can review instead of doing it in two steps, Yeah, I think that'd be the best. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we close the public hearing on 2021-0048.
Second.
A motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I move that we continue H 2021-0048 for 2 weeks for us to be able to review the findings in the DA for a mega global decision that encapsulates all that's discussed.
Mr. Mayor, do you need to open the public hearing if you're continuing it? No, okay, my apologies.
Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there a discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
just want to make sure I'm like fully tracking. So the idea would be in 2 weeks, at that time, the signed DA will be at that time, any future development needs to include a DA modification and a concept plan to be approved by city council in its full discretion. So not like loose design, like not like loose guidelines, but just full stop, full discretion.
That's the intention. You'll have to read the document to see if you agree with it, though.
I got it. Thank you.
That's it. The concept plan that's on the screen is not part of it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
to our city clerk's point, though, since we close the public hearing now, we vote, and in 2 weeks, there will not be a public hearing, correct?
It'll not be public comment
Public comment, okay.
unless you reopen the public hearing at that point in time, which you would be allowed to do if you so chose.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to and the item is continued. Okay. Council, why don't we go ahead and take a 5-minute break if that works, everybody? So we will stand in recess till 7:45. Council, we'll go ahead and come back from recess. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing for Heron Village expansion, H 2021-0027. And we'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Council. Alan Tiefenbach, Associate Planner, City of Meridian. Okay, this is a proposal for an annexation and a zoning and a conditional use. Property is located at the southeast intersection of North Meridian Road and East Blue Heron, almost directly across the street and just a little bit up from the subject property that we just talked about. Property consists of 6 properties. 5 of them are in the city and they're zoned CG, R40, and R8. The property to be annexed, which let's see here, is here. It's presently R1 in the county. The site is located about a quarter mile north of the East Fairview North Meridian Road intersection. So the existing Heron Village apartments consist of 108 units and 5 buildings. A conditional use was approved for the multifamily complex in 2013. In 2014, there was a modification to allow some replacement of several of the amenities. The whole thing was certificate of zoning compliance was issued in 2013. In 2020, the applicant requested a pre-application meeting with staff to discuss the annexation of an additional 1.36 acres of land. So again, what you see here is what they're proposing to annex. What you can see all here, this here is the existing development. They wanted to construct 36 more units and 2 buildings. Because the Heron Village apartments were on several properties with different zone districts, so one of them zoned R8, this one is zoned CG. Because of that, we recommended that if they're going to do all this anyway, we would prefer that they rezone the whole thing to R40 just to make it cleaner. So that's part of why you're seeing this rezoning. A comprehensive plan recommends this for a mixed use neighborhood. There is one existing access to the property now, which is here. This serves the existing 108 units. There's one additional access which is proposed, and that's what you see here. So the grayed out obviously is what's there now. What you see in the darker black is what they're proposing. So this building here, that building there. Meridian Fire has commented that although the site does provide 2 points of access, again, here and here, they both go to North Meridian Road, which is not preferable. They prefer another point of access that does not solely rely on North Meridian Road. East Blue Heron Lane, which is here, terminates into a pathway at the end, and that connects to North Eureka Road, which is down here to the east. Based on discussions with the applicant, they agreed to widen this pathway to 15 feet or as approved by Meridian Fire, and then provide bollards on either end for emergency access. The original staff report said 20 feet. We talked to the applicant. There's some physical constraints with telephone poles and things like that. So they can only get it to 15 feet or as approved by Meridian Fire, and they're fine with that. You'll see that in the conditions. So that's why the Planning Commission actually reduced it, which is a kind of a little bit different of a change. Parking. So phase 1 was required to provide 204 parking spaces, with 102 of them being covered. 207 parking spaces are provided, with 195 of them being covered. Phase 2 is required to provide 69 parking spaces. 87 of them are provided, with 71 of them being covered. 6 total bicycle spaces are required, but they're actually providing, I believe, 50 bicycle storage indoor spaces. Long story short, the parking exceeds by 21 spaces now over what they're required per the code. Meridian Fire, Police, and the surrounding residents have commented that parking has been a continuous issue for this development, as residents and guests often have to park on both sides of East Blue Heron Drive, which makes emergency access and everything else very difficult on that street. One cause of this issue, and the major cause of this issue, is that many of the garages that are being intended for parking are actually being used for storage. So everybody puts their stuff in the garages and then they park somewhere else. So you lose all that space. We talked to the fire about that and the applicant, and our recommendation is that there's a condition of approval that garages can't be used for the covered parking. It would be carports. It's a lot harder to use carports for storage than garages. That would at least lead to that issue being somewhat reduced. Now, there actually is some other stuff that the Planning Commission talked about, which I'll get into later, that I think is resolved. open space and amenities. So 41,800 and basically 41,000-ish square feet of open space was required with phase one, whereas 53,000 was provided. 10,200 square feet was required with phase two, and 15,000 square feet is proposed. So it exceeds the requirements. 4 amenities from each category are required for multifamily developments of more than 75 units, but with multifamily developments of more than 100, the decision-making body should decide whether or not the additional amenities are appropriate for the size of the proposed development. So again, they're required to have 4. What they've got here is a half basketball court, plaza containing benches and trellises, 1,600 square foot clubhouse with an exercise room, playground, horseshoe pit, barbecues, and picnic tables. With the proposed expansion, the applicant proposes a larger open space. What you see here is the open space plan. So in blue is what was required and provided with phase one. What you see in the orangish or yellowish, that's what is being shown in 2. And then the red is what's being shown for the amenities. There's architecture elevations that were consistent with the existing complex. We've received numerous phone calls and letters about this. Pretty much all of the issues, well, there's really 2 issues. The first one was, not surprisingly, parking. People parking up and down Blue Heron Drive. The other one, there were some discussions about trash, people throwing trash along the street. There was a lot of discussion about this. Staff's recommendations was that phase 1 and 2 have to share access, parking, amenities, and open space throughout, in case this got approved and then another piece got sold off and suddenly now you have 2 different apartment complexes. So we were looking at it as a holistic thing. We wanted to make sure that it continued to stay holistic. We had a recommendation that they would widen and improve the pathway between East Blue Heron and North Eureka to 15 feet versus what was originally 20. We're okay with 15. The fire's okay with 15. We weren't thrilled about the condenser units on the north side of Building F, which are right along East Blue Heron, the way that they were screened with just fencing. We thought that'd be kind of hard. So we were recommending additional landscaping there, which they were okay with. And again, that the covered parking could only be satisfied by carports, not garages. The Planning Commission on 16, there was quite a bit of discussion about this. Almost all of it was in regard to parking. What the Planning Commission recommended, in addition to staff's recommendations, is that prior to the City Council, the applicant will have a parking plan that's been addressed by ACHD. Prior to City Council, the applicant shall have an agreement with the property management company on enforcement of the parking regulations. That the applicant add additional trash receptacles. And then again, that the pathway be widened. My understanding, and I'm sure the applicant would be able to talk about that, is they have talked to ACHD. This was new news I got, I believe today. They've talked to ACHD, and ACHD is okay with striping all of Blue Heron as no parking to basically eliminate any parking along the road there altogether. With that concludes my presentation. For any questions or for the applicant.
Thank you, all. Council, questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor, I have one question.
Councilman Burnt.
Alan, I got my question is regarding the parking along Blue Heron. Just for clarification, that's not a private roadway, right? That's public.
That's a public road, sir.
Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, was that Strader or Perot?
Perot.
Councilman Perot.
Thank you. Alan, am I understanding correctly that there are currently 5 buildings and there's 108 units in those 5 buildings?
That is correct.
So this is quite a bit larger of a structure than the other buildings size-wise?
No, these are comparable. We're talking 2 more buildings, not 1. So
2 more, I apologize.
2 buildings
Okay.
of 16 units each.
16, okay, thank you.
It's the buildings themselves, both architecturally and site plan, are virtually identical to what's there now.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Alan, is this commitment from the highway district to striping listed as no parking, did that come as an email from the highway district to you? Is it, we're hearing this secondhand? I'm just curious where that piece is coming from, because I'm not seeing it in our packet.
It just came in today. Chris, I thought that I don't know if you can get into the Laserfish. I can't. I'm pretty sure that I forwarded that to the city clerk if he wants to look and see. I believe that there was some language underneath from ACHD that I think I forwarded it to you, Chris, if you can take a look and see if you have it. Give us just a second.
Thanks.
We
can get-
Again, I can defer to the applicant, but yes, I believe that there is some language from ACHD there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilwoman Schrader?
Yep. Thanks. Quick one. I just didn't see it handy. How many garages serve parking spaces from the original development?
Let me get back to that. Keep me on my toes here. Phase one was 204 parking spaces required with 102 of them required. And what was provided with phase one was 195. So they were required 102, they provided 195. Those are all garages. Then phase two, they would be required 36 of them being covered, and they're providing 71 of them being covered, but they can't do garages, they have to do carports.
Yep, I was just hoping that there was a smaller number of garages from the phase one development that they could make up for that number of garages, because clearly that garage concept's not working.
I've actually considered maybe discussing internally with staff and development whether we want to continue with the garage ideas and apartments, because we seem to keep having this problem. It's not in there.
Council, any additional questions for staff while we still look for that issue?
It doesn't have it on the Laserfish yet. I got it later in the day. I couldn't remember if I forwarded it to him. I believe there's language in from ACHD, but I'm pretty sure that the applicant has a copy of that email and they can share that with you.
Okay, see no more questions for staff. We will go ahead and turn the time over to the applicant. And Tamara, if you want to say your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Tamara Thompson. I'm with the Land Group. We're at 462 East Shore Drive in Eagle. And I have a PowerPoint if I can share my screen.
Tamara, you can do that now.
Okay. Can you see that?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, so this is an infill project. Many of my slides are the same as Alan's, so I'll just go through them real quickly. The property is located on the east side of Meridian Road between Fairview and Ustick on the south side of East Blue Heron, and East Blue Heron is a public right-of-way. Here's a little zoom in of it. So these are the two properties that would be that are being proposed as phase two. And then this is phase one. This is a different development to the south that is accessed off of East James Court Drive to the south. So the existing facility is right here. If you can see my cursor. As Alan showed you, the area is a patchwork quilt of zones. The existing property has both an R40 zone and a CG zone. And you can see that to the south is R40, to the north is R40. So the expansion area is R8, which is in the city of Meridian already. And then this R1, which is in Ada County. So we're proposing to annex 1.36 acres, and that's the R1 zoned property, and then rezone and zone that property plus the R8 and then the CG. So that makes 5.54 acres that would be rezoned to or zoned to the R40. And that'll clean up that patchwork that you see there. So you can see this, I put that on there so you can see that shape is this darker line color there. So there's 36 additional units in 2 buildings, and these buildings are the same. So Alan mentioned that they were 16 units, 16, and they're not. This is a 24-plex and a 12-plex. What exists in phase 1 is 4 24-plex and 1 12-plex. So exact same building types from phase 1 to phase 2. We just have 1 of each of those. So 108 units in phase 1 in these 2 buildings with a 24-plex and a 12-plex, then an additional 36 units. So the grand total is 144. One item that Alan mentioned is all of the covered parking, and that is incorrect. The garages are only 54 in phase 1 and then 0 in phase 2. So not all of the covered parking are garages in phase 1. Let's see here. So here we are in phase 2. Alan mentioned the parking stalls, that we have 21 more parking stalls with this expansion for the overall. So it will be operated and managed as one complex. So this is an expansion, not a new facility. So overall, there's 21 more parking stalls than code requires. And then on the open space, the project exceeds that. The requirement for phase 1 was 52,070 square feet, and it provided 68,330. And then with phase 2, it adds an additional 15,300, which is 16,260 square feet, more than what code requires. Just wanted to show a few pictures of what the existing facility looks like. There is a clubhouse with the existing facility. With phase 1, there's a tot lot and open areas with kind of a dog park. And then you can see here, there's a horseshoe pit. And then this is a photo of one of the interiors of the units. The architecture is consistent with the existing buildings in the community. They are 3 stories and they're fully sprinkled. And then just a summary of the existing amenities and then the new proposed amenities. So some of the items that came up with either the neighborhood meeting or in planning and zoning. So in the neighborhood meeting, the neighbors brought up some of the issues with parking along the public right-of-way in East Blue Heron. And due to those comments, the management company did a parking study, an audit, and they did this for a 30-day time period. And we've submitted that, hopefully it's in your packet, but we submitted that prior to planning and zoning. So between the dates of February 24th and March 25th, between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m., each evening, they audited the number of parking that was available within the community. And then they also counted the number of parking stalls on East Blue Heron. And the audit concluded that the Heron Village has more than enough parking spaces to meet the needs of its tenants. So within that 30 days, that 82% of the parking stalls were occupied, that each evening there were, in the weekdays, there were 35 parking stalls vacant within the community, and that's an average. And within that same 30 days, there were 4 weekends. And on the weekends, there were 38 to 39 stalls available. So and then they counted how many were on Blue Heron. And there were an average of 24 vehicles on Blue Heron, 12 on the north and 12 on the south. So if all 24 of those are part of the community, there was more than enough parking for them to be in the community's parking area. The residents in the community, when they sign lease agreements, they have to report their license plate numbers, and the managers did a cross-check on those. And what they found is that it was roughly 70% of the parking were residents and 30% were not residents of Heron Village community. What they've worked on is, and let me show you this next one. So to address that, they are, as of November 1st, they'll be issuing these parking permits. They're little static cling, kind of like when you get your oil change. It'll be a little sticker on your car, so they'll be able to track those a little better. And they have also been working with a third party on parking enforcement to drive through the lot a couple of times an evening and to keep that up. Also, what they've done is they have a newsletter where they have been encouraging everyone not to park on the street, but to park in the community. And they have issued addendums to their leases. So anyone that has a current lease, they've given them an addendum to their lease that goes through different parking requirements. And some of the items that they've addressed is that the garages are for vehicles only and are not to be used for storage. They are implementing a twice a year where they will look and audit those and go into those garages twice a year to make sure that they aren't storage. But then also if they see that they're used for storage, they'll do something about it then. They are also implementing that vehicles have to be registered and operable at all times. And no recreation vehicles or oversized trucks are allowed. And the lease agreement can be terminated within a 30-day notice. And then part of the other was trash, and they have added this trash receptacle up on the road. They do have them throughout the site. They have a temporary one that they've added while this one is on order, but this one will be put up near Blue Heron. Let's see. And then I wanted to reiterate that currently this portion of Blue Heron is just a walkway, but it is ACHD right-of-way. So the roadway really ends here, but ACHD, as you can see with these green lines, has right-of-way all the way through to North Eureka. And to address fire department comments, that we will be widening that for their vehicles. And then to go to ACHD, I received an email from Dawn over at ACHD, and I submitted that to the city yesterday. And to give you a summary, it says that Blue Heron Lane is a 36-foot wide street section, and that is measured from back of curb to back of curb. ACHD says it is sufficient to allow on-street parking on both sides of the roadway and to provide the necessary 20 feet of emergency access required by fire code. They said if the applicant is asking for no parking signs, that they would likely deny that request, but they are happy to work closely with the Meridian Police Department or the fire department. So there's 3 options, they said, for reducing parking. One would be for ACHD staff to coordinate with the Meridian Police Department, and then that request would be submitted to ACHD. Or they said that if the Meridian Fire Department requires no parking fire lane signs on either one or both sides of Blue Heron Lane, then ACHD would be happy to coordinate with them. Or the third option for residents, if the residents of all the property owners along Blue Heron, if they would submit a petition that is signed by 75% of the homeowners abutting Blue Heron Lane, but the apartment complex only gets one of those votes, then they would look at that. So those are the 3 options. And so they didn't necessarily say the entire thing would be no parking. And frankly, I think people are parking on the road because it's probably more convenient when they pull in, maybe it's closer to where their unit is, because it is, I mean, they have shown with their audit that there's substantial parking for the site, that's not the issue, that perhaps keeping parking on the south side of Blue Heron would be appropriate, and then getting rid of the parking on the north side where it's adjacent to the townhouses to the north. So we've read the staff report and we thank staff for their thorough review. We agree with staff's analysis and the recommended conditions of approval, and we respectfully request your approval tonight. And I will stand for questions. And I neglected to tell you, I also have representatives from the management company and from the architectural firm if you have questions that I can't answer.
Thank you, Tamara. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, Tamara, thank you for the presentation. You noted that the one building is 24 units and the other building is 12 units. Is that a mix of 1, 2, 3 bedrooms? Can you give me a kind of a concept of the sizes that are there, or maybe just how many bedrooms total per building?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Hoagland. Let's see, and if I don't have this blown up right here, but this is where this summary is. There's the bed and bath count. So I'm going to just give you an overview. So there are 1 bedroom, 1 bath units. And so I'm going to give you the total with phase 1 and phase 2. Is that okay with you? So the total for phase 1 and phase 2, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, there's 30 of those units. 2 bedroom, 1 bath, there's 5. 2 bedroom, 2 bath, 85. 3 bedroom, 2 bath, 24. Did I go too fast? Do I need to say it again?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Tamara, yeah, just you have a 1 bedroom, 1 bath.
30.
There were a total, so that'd be a total of 30 on that one. Trying to get a
2 bedroom.
Count, I guess.
Two bedroom, 1 bath.
So 10 more with 2 bedroom, and then a 2 bedroom, 2 bath. There were 85 of those.
Yeah, but back up to the 2 bedroom, 1 bath. There's 5.
He's counting how many.
So that makes
bedrooms.
Oh, okay.
10 bedrooms. So
okay, gotcha. So then then 2 bedroom, 2 bath. There's 85 of those, and then 3 bedroom, 2 bath. There's 24.
24. Okay. I'm just trying to get a sense here of what I'm seeing even in a subdivision, let alone apartment or multifamily unit development, is just more vehicles everywhere. Whether it's kids living in apartments or even at home. I know on our street, a neighbor apologized because he had one son living at home, not married. The daughter and her husband are living there. They're trying to buy a house, but not having any success. They have a 3-car garage, store everything, park one vehicle in it, 3 cars in the parking in their driveway and one on the street. And then when someone comes to visit, there's another vehicle there. So, and you just, same thing occurs with multifamily. So it's just, I think, and Alan, I could be wrong, you know, our push is to reduce driving and that's why we don't do a 1-to-1. I think this is 1.5 spaces per unit. Is that correct, Alan?
It's based on bedrooms.
Bedrooms.
Between 1.5 to 2. It's whether, I believe it's 3 or more bedrooms is where it kicks in, but it's based on number of bedrooms. It's not just a pure 1.5.
So I'm just trying to make sure, Tamara, that, you know, you're above this city standard, but sometimes I wonder if our city standard is a little too low. So I just trying to do some math here, and I was a political science major, not a math major, so I'm a little slow at it.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, the parking is over by 21, but then also I think that audit that they did for those 30 days really shows that there's adequate parking as well, that the on-street parking isn't happening because there's no parking in the community.
Mayor.
Councilman Perot.
Thank you. So ultimately, you know, this parking conversation is challenging because the city doesn't want to try to micromanage the applicants with this, but when we have multiple complaints, we do want to try to resolve that before making an approval of this kind. So some specific questions then about the parking study that was done. The 70% that lived in the units and the 30% that did not, was that just within the complex, or did they run the license plates on the street as well? And then is there, with that information, are you going to allow for at least 30% of your spots to be accessed by non-permitted vehicles? Or what's the ratio going to be with the number of permitted spots or not? Or is it just a free-for-all? And do you have spots assigned to individual units so that people aren't parking on the street and they get a spot that's closest to their apartment?
All right, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Perot, lots of questions there. I might have to have you go back and ask them again. So just to give you a little summary. So in phase 1, there are 207 total parking stalls, regardless of covered or garage or surface. And they currently have 126 registered vehicles for those parking stalls. So 207 and then 126 are registered for those. The covered parking stalls and the garages are assigned. Then anything that's not covered. So let's see, out of the 207 existing, 168 of those are covered. So doing that math, that's roughly 40, 50, somewhere in that range that are not covered. And so those are just for anyone to park in. And I can have the management company get on if you'd like to dive in a little deeper, but I believe that the second phase will work the same, where the covered parking stalls are assigned, and those are assigned closest to your unit, and then the ones that aren't covered will be first come, first serve.
Thank you. If I calculate that correctly in phase 1, you only have about 19% of the spots that are uncovered that could be used for free parking, which doesn't meet that 30% estimate, or, you know, it doesn't match up with what they observed. I don't know if the applicant and or the management company are, you know, considering changing how the parking is done in more in line with this, with what they observed through this study, but it would make sense to me that to do that, so that might help eliminate some of the parking along the street as well.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Perot, I'm confused on the 30%. So when they did cross-reference the license plates to what they had in their files that were parking on the street, and they found that 30% of those were not registered to the community. 70% of them were, and so they had parking within the community, but 30% could be there's businesses on that street, and there's also townhouses to the north. So they could be for other areas. Is that, I guess you lost me with that 30%. I'm not tracking that.
So when you were doing the presentation, you didn't specify if the 70-30 was for on the street or if it was within the complex. I assumed it was within the complex.
Okay, sorry. No, the on-street parking of those of the cars. So there were 24, an average of 24, 12 on each side that were parking there in the evenings. And 70% of those they could attribute to the community, to the Heron Village, and 30% were not in their files.
So if the city or takes the route, the applicant, one or the other, however that works out, of eliminating parking from the north side of the street, then do those 24 now park on the south side, or there's no longer 12 on the north and 12 on the south? So help me understand how what's being proposed is actually gonna, I'm still not connecting the dots on how what's proposed is actually gonna reduce the on-street parking.
The on-street parking could remain for and what I'm proposing is on the south side of the road. I believe the issue was that there was a concern with on-street parking that the road was narrow. So you couldn't get the 20-foot roadway is acceptable for fire access, but it's uncomfortable if there's a car going in each direction, which, I mean, Blue Heron is not a through street. It dead ends. But my understanding of what the issue is that it's not comfortable for two cars to cross at the same time, one in each direction. And so that's what the complaints were about, that when cars are parked on each side, it narrows that road down that feels unsafe. And so eliminating one side, and even if all 24 could fit on the south side, that would be fine. Then it would just leave that pavement section wider so that two cars could pass at the same, in opposite directions at the same time.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor, it's Liz.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. I've been on 2 police ride-alongs, and coincidentally on each ride-along, this development was pointed out specifically to me as what we should not do going forward. I'll just start with that. I think we're spending, I've heard anecdotally, like an inordinate amount of resources dealing with the inadequate parking here. And so have a lot of the same concerns as Councilwoman Perot. What is the long-term plan for automobile connectivity here? Can you walk me through ACHD's plans with their master street map? And does this applicant control like the property to the east? Is there an intention to connect so that Blue Heron isn't the only outlet? Like what's the long-term plan?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, the master street plan, and actually I could pull up the staff report from ACHD. So the master street plans don't go into this kind of detail from ACHD, but they currently have this as right of way. My understanding is that when these properties develop, which the owner of this does not own these, nor are they for sale. This is a meat packing plant here, that when these were to redevelop and come into the city, that the improvements with sidewalk, that would connect at that time. But I'd need to double check that staff report from ACHD to see if they addressed that. They definitely addressed the emergency access being able to come through here. But there's no other outlets other than this through here, right on Blue Heron.
Yeah, I guess that's my concern. I understand they have the right of way, but it's tough. They have a lot of different projects and haven't heard that this would be a priority absent the development of those other properties. I was hoping your applicant controlled them. That would make things a lot easier. So, I mean, that's a concern for me, is just access in general, and putting more people on the same street to access Meridian Road, I think is an issue. Talk to me about how you located the parking for this second phase. Was there an idea of locating the parking closer to the rest of the development to help alleviate the parking issues? And I understand there's like a net contribution of 21 additional parking spaces. Just want to make sure I understand the math on that. So 21 above and beyond what's required. I guess that's not really half of the garage parking spaces of 54 garage covered parking spaces that don't work from phase one. So just wanted to understand kind of the rationale of how you sized the parking and where you located it for the second phase.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, my first comment there is staff is speculating on the garages. There was no, staff didn't go to the site and look in these garages, and the management has been very diligent about talking to the tenants and letting them know that storage is not acceptable in them. So I'm not sure that that the comment about the garages being used for storage is accurate, because that's not what I'm hearing from the management company. As far as the locations of parking on the new site, they definitely put these as close to the buildings. They have, so they wrap around the buildings. These are located closer to some of the buildings in phase one and for this 24-plex. And then because this is a commercial property, definitely use those parking stalls to buffer that commercial property as well. The parking is arranged for convenient access to the units.
So
I was going to see if we could get to some of the public testimony, or if we need to keep going into this at this point in time.
Mr. Mayor, that was over here.
Mr. Benjo, could I wait till after we hear from the public?
Sure.
Okay, since we do have some very pleasant people waiting here, I assume they're not just here to listen to the conversation. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we have one signed in. Cynthia Cisco. Am I pronouncing that correct? Cynthia?
Well, is there anybody present that would like to provide testimony on this item? If you would like to come forward at this time and just state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Valinda Sorensen. I live at 138 East Waterbury Lane, across from the apartments. I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
You'll do just fine.
I would really like to address the numbers that they came up with for the parking, the management when they did the survey. It's so unrealistic, and we live there, so we deal with it firsthand every day. And in fact, our last meeting that we had, I attended here. And when I went home that night, there was 63 cars parked on the street. I walked up and down the street and I counted, there was 63. And the area where they're building, I'm not quite sure how to tell you on the map, but on adjacent to Blue Heron, where it's the big rectangle, the big building, right there, it's an open field right now. They're actually parking in the field as well. So there's not only cars on the street, they're parking on in the field. So if they're going to build more apartments, there's already about 63 cars on the street. So is that going to make 120 cars on the street after they build the apartments? And I don't know how they came up with the numbers, but I can go out there any day and count 32 cars on the street and still parking. And that includes sometimes parking in that open field there. So, it's just very frustrating, to know where they come up with the numbers. And I understand that if they did do a survey at 8 to 10, that doesn't count the weekends when they all have their friends visiting, and I do know from talking to certain people, because I talk to the tenants sometimes when they come, when they're parked on the street and they get out of their cars. I'm just real friendly. I talk to them. And there's more than one family living in one apartment. Sometimes there's 4 people living in those apartments. That's 4 cars, not just one, but there's 4 cars. So that's just something I just really want to address, because it's not realistic, these numbers that they're coming up with. And we live there, we have to deal with it. We deal with the noise, like we said, the trash. They seem to think that our common area is their trash can, and putting a container on their side of the street. Yes, thank you for doing that, but they're not going to use it. Let's be real here, It's too easy just to throw it, or, anyway, I just want to thank you for listening to us and thank you. But if they do open up that access to Eureka over there, that small section of the road, it's just going to mean more traffic coming through our street. So the parking issue on the street really does need to be addressed. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Councilman Barrett.
I have a question for you, and I didn't catch your name. I apologize.
My name's Valinda Sorensen. Valinda.
Valinda, I appreciate you coming this evening.
Thank you.
Just real quick, they're going to put bollards on the end of that street, so you won't have any through traffic. But that's not what I was going to say. So my question to you is, and I've seen this in other areas where I've made comments that haven't been real popular with the developer, but it's a real fact that, there are times during the day where parking along these streets fluctuate. I feel like a lot of times in the morning, it's super populated. Then they all go to work. And so during the day, when you're going through these certain sections, they're fine. But then in the evenings, they come back from work and then it's really populated again. Is that what you're experiencing with this?
Yes.
With this area?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the noise level at night is just, it's becoming worse and worse.
Right.
As, you know, of course, and I'm sure it depends on how full the units are too, you know.
Right, I get it.
You know, how full they are too, but I've lived there now for 5 years, and the street has been, we've had them park up. There's so many cars on the street. It's the whole entire street, even clear down by the meat packers.
Right.
And the business that's behind the meat packers, I think it's a electric company or something. They have semi trucks that deliver products all the time. So when you got a semi truck coming down the road,
Right.
cars parked on both sides. It's a narrow street. I don't care what anybody says. It's a narrow street. It is difficult. It's very difficult. And if you don't do anything, please mark the red from their entrance to our entrance at I think it's Richter there. Mark that red so that we can pull in and off of North Meridian safely. It is so dangerous pulling in and off of that road because the cars park so close to North Meridian. And they just jam in there, you know, so.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Councilman
you.
Hoagland.
Ms. Sorensen, a couple of questions, if you wouldn't mind. Just, I just want to make sure I understand some things. Where you live on East Waterbury Lane, is that private or is that a public road?
It's a private road. We're senior complex.
Okay,
And that's another issue. We live on Social Security. And so our income is fixed and our road is private and they drive on our road all the time. We have to pay for that road. That's not public road. We have to pay for that. And so instead of, I mean, how can they turn around when they get on there? Because they have to go somewhere to turn around. They don't want to go to the end, so they just go down our street. And
just as an aside then, so you want to make it a toll road so you can raise money.
Yeah,
There we go.
there we go.
We can do that. We'll tackle that one next. But for right now on the
No.
parking issue, would it help if there was a request for no parking on that north side of Blue Heron along, that'd be your side of the street at least, you know, and we'll have Deputy Chief Bongiorno from the fire department will be talking
Mhm.
about the width and
Mhm.
access and different things that we,
I mean, I could see that would help. You know, it would probably solve the trash problem. It would probably solve, you know, the noise issue for a lot of it for us.
and Mr. Mayor, if my,
Yeah.
one more.
Councilman Hoagland.
And in relation to the noise you mentioned, is that like, is it car stereos or is it just how loud the cars are with their lack of exhaust systems or enhanced exhaust systems or?
It's the, you know, just they're talking, the apartments themselves can get very loud, you know, when they, on weekends and, you know, stuff too.
Okay.
So,
Good, thank you. That was helpful.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Sorry, one more, Valinda, if you don't mind. I appreciate you coming up.
Sorry, I'm
here
so
and
nervous.
representing your neighborhood. In the testimony you sent us, you indicated that it was kind of your belief that apartment residents are also, I think you use using your street. And I know because I was in your neighborhood earlier this last week, you
Mhm.
got kind of right when you pull into your neighborhood, a couple of parking spots. Are you finding that apartment residents are also parking in those spots and on your street, or they're just driving through it?
They drive through, plus they do park in our parking places for our guests. That's for our guests. And we have had some confrontations when we've asked them to please move. And we always ask nicely. We're not, you know, I mean, we're all old there. We don't want any confrontations, you know. And we've had some really heated ones where I've had the F word used at me and they just walk away like, you know, you can't tell us what to do, you know.
So, Mr. Mayor, follow up if I can.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Valinda, I think you and your neighbors that have submitted testimony have all been very nice and just, you want quality of life in your house. I think the council's sympathetic to that. That's where my question comes from is, I guess my worry is Because initially I was supportive of prohibiting parking on Blue Heron. I was actually in favor on both sides, but I worry is, will that just push those cars into your neighborhood, into your public street? And are we creating a unintended future nuisance that you guys are going to be stuck dealing with?
Well, the only thing that we could do then is to make arrangements to post, that they will be towed. It's private property and they will be towed, you know?
Thank you.
Mhm. Hopefully
Council,
with
any
no-
additional questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know if there's anybody else who'd like to provide testimony on this item from the audience, or if there's anybody online, you can use the raise your hand feature at the bottom. Oh, we do have someone, Mr. Clark.
Mr. Mayor, Summer, you are able to unmute yourself.
And Summer, if you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, of course. So my name is Summer Hazen, and my address is 800 West Main Street, Suite 1410 in Boise, Idaho, 83702. I'm not sure if you can see me or not. I see all your faces, but that's absolutely okay. So I'm the regional manager for Heron Village. I work for the management company. I wanted to thank Belinda for coming over tonight and sharing her experience. As a management company, generally for residents, we always speak to ensuring peace, comfort, quiet, enjoyment at all times. And we want to ensure that we're elevating that level of customer service. And so it's not just within our community, but our neighbors as well, because as apartments are being built more and more, and I've been doing this for 14 years now, I know that we end up sharing our property lines, and sometimes we're right next to residential homes. So we always try and work with the neighbors to the best of our ability, which is allotted for us. So I did want to, go back to the parking because that is such a large concern. And of course, it's a concern of ours as a management company for the on-site manager. And when the residents are reaching out to me, if they have a question or concern internally. For the covered spaces, as we had spoken to, there's a total of 127 carports. 108 of those are automatically assigned to a resident when they move in, giving us an additional 19 spaces that are not assigned to the residents, and then 13 uncovered spaces throughout the property. So those are 32 uncovered spaces internally. And then with the garages of the 54, as of today, we have 40 of those that are occupied, and those are rentable on a first come, first served basis. But conversations that we've had currently with ownership and the on-site team is going back to that ratio, how many vehicles are happening per apartment homes. And you are correct, we are seeing more of a roommate situation depending on the community, but we are open and willing to assign a second space to our 3 bedrooms so that as people start to move out of the garages, and there's only 12 today, and then we're going to add those additional 12 in phase 2. So we can offer a second space. So 2 are always going to be assigned for the 3-bedroom, 2 baths in the garage spaces. Earlier, Tamara spoke to auditing, and we absolutely do an audit on a biannual basis, twice a year. Generally, at most, we say probably 3 to 5 that we come across that are actually fully stuffed full of stuff for storage that we have to go back and speak to those residents. Our current lease agreement that is in place, that has been in place since Table Rock has managed the asset close to a little over 3 years now, is very detailed. Our lease in general is very detailed. It mentions parking in there almost 30 different times, right, throughout just surface parking, what we allow, what we don't allow. And if we do find that anybody is in breach of contract, we can issue notification with 3 days to remedy that, right? You've got 3 days to ensure that this is addressed, or we can terminate. And so it's very rare that we have to reach to that level, because of course we do not want to do that. We want to ensure that the residents that live there have a great experience. So we as a management company are willing to be flexible and change those garages into assigned if that's going to make it easier. But again, I also, the auditor.
If you could summarize And your comments. Your
Oh,
time
yes.
is over.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I have a time limit. I apologize. So overall, we're willing to be flexible. We can absolutely assign a second parking space. The community manager, she actually lives on site. So she's the one that personally did the audit. She also faces the street. So concerns in regards to noise or complaints, she gets them firsthand because she lives there, so she can address it pretty immediately. And then for the cleanliness, we have maintenance on site 5 days a week. So they're also going up and down Blue Heron and picking up trash per recent requests from just the neighbors saying that trash is being left out there. So we are working to make corrections as quickly as we possibly can.
Okay. Thank you. Council, any questions?
Sure.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Summer, appreciate you joining us tonight. I think you can bring a good perspective for us. With all of the work that you've done to kind of encourage parking on site, how do you account for all the cars that are parking on Blue Heron?
So I do agree with some of the state of it could potentially be some guest parking. We did have a situation that we had some corporate housing with the lineman school, which were having they were budding up students inside there. So we reached out to the lineman school and requested that they have no more than 2 vehicles in their apartment homes. And if they had any more, that we asked that they carpool back and forth from the school. We also, per our lease agreement, requested that there are no trailers being brought to the property, that we saw some of the linemen going back and forth. So since then, we haven't had the trailers from the lineman school, and we have limited those parking. We also updated our lease agreement to only allow 2 vehicles per 2 bedrooms, and then 3 per 3 bedrooms to help monitor that as people are moving in to the community. But again, going back to the street parking, I think it's just a little bit, as said earlier, was just convenience to some of those front side properties, plus guests that are coming to the community.
Mr.
Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
Thank you, Summer. So it sounds like you're doing what you can to try to enforce the residents' parking patterns with the lease agreements. But what about the folks that are parking there that don't have lease agreements, that you don't have any control? I think I have more concerns about that because, I guess perhaps it is true that people are parking on the street because it's closer to their unit than a spot that they can get in the complex itself. So maybe just looking at how the covered, uncovered, all the parking spots, where they're being assigned in a relationship to the unit the person lives in, but also, that there's it doesn't make sense to me, just human behavior, that people would park on the street if they had a spot close to their unit, or they even had an open spot in the complex somewhere. So to say that there's a whole bunch of open spaces and people are parking on the street, it just doesn't, only 2 of the buildings that are in the whole complex are on the Blue Heron Street, facing the Blue Heron Street. All the rest of the units are not even next to Blue Heron. So why would people be parking there if it was, do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I absolutely do. And some of it could be like being comfortable parking in a carport space. I do find some people that feel like they have a larger vehicle don't always necessarily want to park under the covered. That's why offering a garage for those larger vehicles might help resolve some of that, plus limiting the amount of vehicles from the lineman school is going to help. We also, in addition, are effective November 1st, adding those parking permits. So I think that will help us, better regulate the vehicles that are parking throughout the community, and also signing a contract with a courtesy patrol, right, that are going to do security and parking enforcement that can help us push the residents into the community. But we're within the guidelines of what we're allowed to enforce as a property management. We can send the notices, we can do the audits, we can educate the residents at time of move-in and renewal. But at the end of the day, if they go to the street, that's where we need the help of the city to either block off that one side to help eliminate those concerns with driving through that way.
Council, any additional questions? Okay, thank you very much, Summer. Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item? Deputy Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. Just wanted to give a little history so we know where all this started. So this started back, I got a call one night at 3 o'clock in the morning or 1 o'clock in the morning because one of our fire engines got stuck in the back of that apartment complex. They literally had to back all the way out of the entire complex because at the time there was no red curbing. They hadn't painted anything. Nothing was marked as fire lanes. And so people, if it looked like a parking place or it looked like they could fit their car in there, they parked there. And so we went and met with the then management company, and this was 4 or 5 years ago. And I actually walked the entire complex and gave them a paper that showed all the fire lanes. So that's when they went in and they painted all the curbing red. And once that happened, then that's when people started parking out on Blue Heron because they had their temp parking places taken away from them. So because they were like parking in front of garages, they were parking everywhere. So now as far as Blue Heron itself goes, I believe Tamara said that it was 36 feet wide, back of curb to back of curb. So that's 35 feet, face of curb to face of curb. So as far as ACHD standards and the fire department standards, you can park on both sides of that road. There is nothing wrong with that. It's not until you get down to 32 feet that we limit it to one side or the other. So as it sits, I have no concerns about parking on it personally, because it meets code. It meets what the standards are for parking for a 35, 36 foot wide roadway. Be happy, 100% happy to work with Alan and ACHD and Tamara to figure out, and the property manager to figure out a parking plan for this, for Blue Heron. I can see the concerns with parking between Richter and Meridian Road, because that does limit, once you get up to the intersection, your vision triangle is severely limited. So I can see working with ACHD to block that section off and make it no parking. And then we can figure out the rest of it from there. But I don't want to take away both sides of the street, because I still feel that even working with Tamara, and she was awesome to give us those 21 extra spaces, I still think there has to be parking out on Blue Heron to allow for the overflow parking because of visitors, Christmas, Thanksgiving, whatever. I think it's still going to be needed even with what they're doing. So, but again, we can go one side or the other. It doesn't matter. We can leave both sides. We can just limit Richter. Happy to work with everybody to make that function, whichever works best for everybody.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember.
Hey, Joe. Got a question for you. So what you're saying is you feel comfortable currently how it stands, and you're able to drive a fire truck down one side of the road and having another vehicle drive down the other, no problems? With cars parked on both sides of the road.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Burnt, yes, totally. We do it every day. 35 feet is a standard in this city.
Mm-hmm.
Everything new is in that 33 to 36 foot range.
Yeah, unless it's private, but I get it.
Let's go back with that.
Blue Heron's not private.
Right.
Right, correct.
Richter is though.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Tamara.
We wanted to wait till we bring her up for final comments. Is there any further public testimony on this item? Okay. Then Tamara, why don't we go ahead and bring you up for your final comments, and you'll know you'll have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think Summer for chiming in there, since most of the comments have to do with parking and operations and items that she's more intimately involved in. In my conclusion, I was definitely going to reiterate that there is someone that lives on site that is part of the management team, and they are happy to share that number to make sure that all of the adjacent property owners know who to contact and that kind of thing. Also, with Blue Heron being a public road, they don't have any jurisdiction on that street as far as to tell people, they've been encouraging everyone not to park there. They have a monthly newsletter that goes out, and but they just don't really have any teeth in order to tell them not to park there. I think with Summers, with what she mentioned, I think we've addressed everything that was brought up. So I'll stand for questions.
Council Administrator.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Tamara. So I wanted to understand the point that Summer made about the garages. So it sounds like there's 54 of them, and typical for a development, it costs a little extra, right, for people to rent those garages. So it sounded to me like there's 14, if I'm getting that right, that are unoccupied. So you kind of have an unutilized pool of parking. What was the proposal to try to utilize that parking to further alleviate the issue?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, they are going to reduce the fee across all of the garages by 50%. So that they can get those full.
Mr. Mayor.
Thanks.
Councilman Cavanagh.
I didn't want to step on Councilmember Schrader's toes if she had a follow-up, but first, Tamara, congrats on your award and recognition from Boise State. That's pretty remarkable.
Luke, you beat me to it.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Tricky. I have I guess kind of a real direct question. And I really think we've received compelling testimony from the public about Heron Village contributing directly to the parking problem, both along Blue Heron, and it also sounds like along Richter Lane, which is private. So I like this project. I like what you're trying to accomplish, but I guess I need to get a good understanding from you as to what you or your builder is planning to do to address this parking situation. I guess I haven't heard that you recognize that there's a problem and that you want to work towards a solution. What I've heard a lot of is that you don't necessarily think that this is a problem. And I want to make sure that I'm not mishearing you and giving you the opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh. First, thank you for the congrats. That was super exciting for me. But second on this, so the parking situation, and yeah, I think I didn't do the audit. I was given the report. So that's my extent of the knowledge of the parking. And so I think talking to Summer about that is more appropriate, because I'm just reading the report and not I didn't do the study myself. And I haven't gone out there, frankly, at 8 p.m. or 10 p.m. to look at that.
So, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
And Tamara, I'm only pushing you on this because I know you well and you're a subject matter expert. And so I'm being real frank, I don't find that answer very satisfactory. I think that you're an expert and you can look at this and you've read the testimony because I know you're a pro. And so when I look at the layout design for this phase, I think it's going to only contribute more to the parking problem. And if it's a situation that we disagree, then that's okay. But I'm telling you right now that I think that you have a problem already. This project will make it worse. And I'm just want to give you one more opportunity to at least convey to me what you are planning to do to address it. And if it's that we don't think there's a problem, that's okay. We're just going to have to agree to disagree on this one.
Okay, let me grab my Mr. Mayor, Councilman Kavner. So with the current phase one, from what was required to what exists or what was provided was only, let's see. Actually, that had more too. So you're right. I mean, as far as the land group goes, we do quite a few of these apartment complexes, and we're definitely seeing that with the people are in more of a roommate situation. A lot of that has to do with the supply and demand. There isn't very much supply. We have, most of these are fully occupied, not just here, but across the entire valley, that housing is needed. And the less housing there is, the more people are living in individual units. There's definitely, if 21 stalls, I mean, looking at the site plan, we could add more parking if we were able to, that open space in the northeast corner. Would that be something that, and obviously I'd need to go to my client and ask about this, but would that be something, and I can share my screen again if you want, but there's a nice grassy open space there that.
Mr. Mayor, if
Councilman
you
Kavanaugh.
want to share the site plan, or if Alan wants to pull it up again.
Or I
don't know
can
if
have it right
I
here.
Annotate anything if anyone's able to see it, but you look at where you're placing that big building right next to Blue Heron. And
Yeah.
so it very well may be a case that you have got proper parking. But I mean, again, I guess, Tamara, I think you're an expert. You do this stuff. You know that the tenants are going to park on Blue Heron to access their apartments. So again, I'm sorry that I'm being a little more direct about this, but I guess I expect more from you when you bring us these types of projects, that you're thoughtful about this, because the stuff that you bring us normally is. And I don't know if it's a case that you've advised your client and they're not wanting to change, or you haven't had those conversations.
No, I think we have had those conversations, but I mean, it's overparked by 21 stalls from city code, and it does have quite a few parking. Having the parking on the street is something we don't have a lot of places, and we've heard from the fire chief that having parking on the street is really not an issue. I think it is for the neighbors, but it's not by code. But it's just such a hard to act, like, because we meet city code. Is city code wrong? And if it is, what should that number be?
Mr. Mayor?
If it helps, I'm getting a text from my client right now. They are that 24 plex to a 16 plex and add more parking. We could also look at, if this open space wants to, we could make some of this maybe a little larger, or something where we could continue this parking around in this area and add more parking there.
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, well, good. I'm glad to hear that, Tamara, because my question was going to be, is one option would be, would you consider taking that 24 plex and making it having 2 12s, cutting that one in half and going to 2 12s with the remainder of that in parking? I am interested in not having parking on the north side of East Blue Heron Lane to help mitigate some of the impacts that the neighbors on that side are having from the apartments. It doesn't solve everything, but it's a step in the right direction. But then to take that away, there definitely needs to be additional parking. And if there's any chance to do that, it would have to be reducing the size of the building, so.
Mr. Mayor, and I think that was Hoagland. I can't see your guys' faces anymore when I share my screen, but Councilman Hoagland, so as far as these units up here on the street, the first site plan that we had our pre-app with did not have this building on the street, but staff would once, they always are trying to push buildings up to the street. So we could not get the parking on this side of that, which, might be that people park on the street in front of this one because that would be more convenient at that location. We have 15,000, actually we have more open space. We have 16,260 square feet of excess open space. This is 7,000. So we would still be over the open space where we could look at rearranging some of this and adding some more parking in there too. I don't know about 212s, but they definitely said a 16 and a 20, I'm sorry, a 16 and a 12.
Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
So Tamara, are people, I assume that it's the ground level patios and whatnot. I don't know how these are designed, but is there a problem with putting like a short open fence around on that north side of the street that bumps up to Heron so that people are deterred from walking straight from the street to their building? Or would that not be permissible for some reason? It seems to me like it's just getting overcomplicated, and not that I want to solve this issue on behalf of our residents, but ultimately as council, we are sitting here trying to help you do that, but it's not really what I feel like that I want to do. I don't want to solve this problem for you. I want you to solve it and bring it back to us.
Mr. Mayor?
Can we let the applicant reply to that?
Yeah, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Perot, I'd have to look at, we don't do fences along right-of-ways very often, so I'd have to look at what city code is on that. I don't know that off the top of my head. Maybe Alan does, but I don't have that off the top of my head. So what I'm hearing you say is maybe some sort of a low fence or even an open fence that's along here where it would deter people from parking here, because then they'd have to make their way down the sidewalks to enter at where the vehicular areas are. Is that
correct?
Is that? We could take a look at that.
Councilman Burnt.
This is my last question of the evening, I promise. And this question is to Captain Stokes. Now, it's the first time I've ever called you Captain on the public record. Congratulations on your promotion. My question, do you have any concerns with the Councilwoman Schrader mentioned earlier about she did some ride-alongs and she mentioned that you guys had some issues with this? Just wanted to hear your thoughts.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, pretty close. I don't know specifically with this complex, and I didn't know about those ride-alongs until now, but we have run into similar situations in other parts of the city. One that's coming to the top of my head is like Center Point north of Ustick, those complexes there behind kind of the Hobby Lobby. and that curve around, and I can see Joe nodding his head, that curve around there on the north side of Hobby Lobby, that traffic that gets pushed out of those complexes can get pretty congested. And our concern from the police department is, a lot of cars really close together and then people running between those cars to get to the other side of the street, and we can have accidents and those kinds of things. And a lot of these complexes have a lot of kids. They go out and play on the sidewalk, those kinds of things.
Thank you, Captain.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, I think that we probably need some more time to work on this, or allow Tamara to go back to the drawing board and figure some things out. I think we talked, it's pretty much focusing on the parking. So what is that solution? Instead of trying to come up with that answer tonight, Tamara, would you be open to coming back here in a few weeks, say the 26th, and show us something that would help alleviate the situation that we have out there and help the neighborhood? And we can see your schedule now, by the way. It's
Oh,
just-
okay, good. And you can see how much I have on there.
Tons of free time.
Man.
Right?
So, yeah,
Oh,
what, a couple weeks
you
from
guys,
tonight.
you guys stopped it. So, yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman, the 26th of October looks like that would work for my schedule. And yes, so definitely open to that. Would love to get a little bit more direction though. As I said before, when we're overparked by city code, what is that number? And we could go back and do an audit of some of the more recent ones that have been approved, and see where those ended up.
Mr. Mayor, before we get into that, I just want to make sure with staff, Alan, 26th, you're going to be gone, you're going to, no.
I'm already here for the other one on the 26th, so thank you
right.
for stacking them on the same hearing.
Okay. Well, you can thank our very good city clerk for that. If I might continue, I guess because this is an annexation, I mean, that gives us the leverage. We've got a problem. We've got a situation. Somehow we have to find some solution to it. So I don't know what that is, other than we don't want to increase the problem that is there. And if there's ways we can alleviate that, that is certainly the best of the worlds that we could come to. So anyway, yes, you may be overparked. I have, according to city code, I have some doubts about our efforts in that area at times with the way things are with home prices, just the economy. People now are doing things, and code often isn't nimble. Laws are not nimble to address changing situations. So somehow for this particular situation at this time, what can we do to come up with a solution, and hopefully you have something in mind by giving, if we give you a couple weeks to do that. So
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Kevner.
Yeah, Tamara, I'll just add, I think we heard from, the property manager, and I think from you as well, that we're in a current environment where you've got kind of roommate situations. So when parking standards were established, we weren't in that environment. I think I heard from Summer too, this is apparently also being used as some workforce housing for students that are doubling or tripling up. And so you guys are aware as to what's going on over there. And I think, again, we would trust you to bring back some recommendations that's sympathetic to what the neighbors have had to say and the feedback that you've heard from council.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I would just add, the parking is clearly the biggest issue. I did feel like the green space was really tucked away in a far corner, and while you're taking a crack at it, if there's a formulation that centralizes that better with some parking, I'd really like to see that. Not sure it's a deal killer for me. I just noticed it really felt like it was so far removed in the upper corner. So while you're looking at your options, if you could look at that.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we continue the public hearing for Heron Village Expansion H 2021-0027 to October 26th.
Second the motion.
I have a motion, a second, to continue the public hearing until October 26th. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavan.
Real quick, sorry, just one more piece of commentary. Earlier, when I was talking with the neighbors, I indicated that I was over in that neighborhood a couple of days ago. I wasn't over there because of this application. I was out there because it's campaign season. I just wanted noted for the record that I wasn't intentionally coming out to this area to find out any information that was before us tonight.
Thank you for that. Any further comments on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued.
Thank you.
Anything under future meeting topics? If not, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Motion second to adjourn the meeting. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. We are adjourned.